FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth-serving nonprofit advancing STEM education. Together, we're a million-strong global robotics community of participants, volunteers, alumni, sponsors, donors, and supporters. Together, we're building a better world by preparing young people for the future. Your contributions make a direct impact on students in over 110 countries across the globe. Thank you, FIRST strategic partners and founding sponsors. Your strategic partnerships help us grow and sustain our movement, advancing our goal of making FIRST programs available and accessible to every kid, everywhere. Thank you, program sponsors. Your support helps break down barriers to provide more access to STEM programming. helping us reach more underrepresented communities. Thank you, First Scholarship Providers. Your scholarships provide a path to pursue higher education in STEM for First alumni. Thank you, First Alliances. Your alliance partnerships provide valuable networks for career development for participants and volunteers worldwide under our shared First core values: discovery, innovation, impact, inclusion, teamwork, and fun. Thank you, First donors, volunteers, mentors, coaches, educators, parents, alumni, and all who give their time and support. Your donations make transformative experiences possible for First participants and inspire the next generation of leaders and innovators. Your volunteer hours give students direct access to community, mentorship, and inspiration, shining a bright light on all their possible paths forward. Your coaching helps First participants develop skills in problem solving, teamwork, communication, and leadership. To all the organizations and individuals who help to advance our mission, together we are inspiring young people to find a sense of belonging and realize their own possibilities.
Good morning, First Chesapeake! Welcome to the 2022 First Robotics Competition and this year's challenge, Rapid React, presented by the Boeing Company. Wow, it is so great to be back together. We missed all this. This single day event is just like a regular competition, but today we're on fast forward. You won't have a lot of downtime, so buckle up and be ready to roll. This season, First Forward, presented by Qualcomm, challenges FIRST teams to look into the future of transportation, taking lessons from the past and evolving transportation modes into something better for the planet and its inhabitants. You are the drivers of tomorrow's breakthroughs, and today we come through to celebrate you and your creativity, talents, smarts, energy, and spirit. And as we rethink the future of transportation and explore exciting new technologies, who better to step up as presenting sponsor of Rapid React than the Boeing Company? Boeing has been at the leading edge of the transportation space for decades. Here's their Chief Technology Officer, a first volunteer, and a big believer in our mission.
Hello, First Robotics competition teams, and welcome to Rapid React, presented by Boeing. I'm Naveed Hussain, Chief Technology Officer at Boeing and former First Robotics competition judge. The skills you are developing today will be the skills you'll use to innovate a better tomorrow, and I've seen it firsthand. I've had the chance to meet many of you in the arena and see your teams in action, competing, creating, and building the confidence to go further. At Boeing, we know you are the generation that will propel us forward. People who were in your footsteps not long ago are now at Boeing. How will you be part of the future of transportation? All of us at Boeing wish you a safe and fun competition season as your innovation, creativity, and ingenuity continue to propel you forward.
Hello, First Team.
We're excited to partner with Boeing for the Rapid React season. Achieving new heights has never been more within our reach, so a big thanks to presenting sponsor, Boeing. First has a great lineup of supporters cheering you on, including some you just might recognize. Let's hear from a few of your fans from Disney who really want to hear from you.
Hello, First Teams and fellow spectators. We hope you're having a blast at today's first competition. We wish we could be there with you.
More than ever before, we need ambitious, creative, and optimistic minds to solve the world's greatest challenges. Through the power of science, technology, engineering, and math, today's students can face these challenges and create the futures they imagine, both for themselves and their communities.
That's why this year, we are excited to showcase how FIRST teams are using their STEM know-how and creativity to be forces for good through Build the Future, powered by Star Wars, Force for Change.
And we want to hear from you. We are here to remind First Teams to make sure that they submit their stories for the chance to be featured on the global stage. How are you and your teammates using your STEM skills beyond gameplay to be forces for good in your communities?
Submit your stories at firstinspires.org/Build the Future for the chance to be featured.
We can't wait to hear your stories of hope and innovation. Have fun at today's competition, and may the Force be with you always.
Visit www.firstinspires.org/Build the Future to share your team story for a chance to be featured in Build the Future, powered by Star Wars, Force for Change. We're really thrilled to have you all back competing and being a part of FIRST. It's exciting to think about the impact so many of you will make in our world over the next 50 years. That impact starts now. Every skill you've learned and are employing today is of value to the next steps in your life as well. Whether that's straight to work or looking for scholarships for college, be sure to check out firstinspires.org/alumni to find all the resources you need to make the most of your FIRST experience. We've got some great teams competing here today, many veteran teams, and even some rookies. Welcome, rookies. As you know, judging will be done remotely for this event series by our panel of volunteer judges. After the judging window closes, we will present a virtual awards ceremony on Tuesday right here at the Twitch First Chesapeake channel at 6 p.m., so be sure to tune in for that. There's another group of volunteers you'll get to know here on the playing field. They help you play within the rules of the game and help all teams compete like crazy while remembering their gracious professionalism. Their rulings are final, and there will be no video reviews. Please welcome your referees in DC, led by Steve Shade, and in Virginia, led by Jim Anderson. Safety is always a priority at first events, so please, safety first. Mentors, communicate with your team their safety plan and a designated meeting space for your team. As a quick reminder, due to our COVID restrictions within our venues, we do have box lunches available, but those must be eaten outside of the venue. In addition, any food or drinks that you all wish to consume must be consumed outside. While you are in the building, you must have on a mask at all times, and you must have on your safety glasses when you are in or around the pits or field area. A big thanks to all the mentors and coaches for your dedication and efforts on behalf of all FIRST programs. You are critical to the FIRST experience and a part of the million-strong support system we've built for students around the world who are realizing their dreams. And teams, if you're looking for some additional mentor support, the FIRST Mentor Network, sponsored by NI, has over 750 mentors ready and willing to share their skills and talents to assist your team. Create a team or mentor profile and get connected today. Here's the schedule for today. Following the upcoming drivers meeting, we will start qualification matches. We will generally take a short lunch break, finish the rest of the qualification matches, and have alliance selection. Following alliance selection, we will go right into playoffs and then end the day with a brief awards ceremony. Once again, the full awards ceremony will be on Tuesday night here at 6 p.m. And now, please welcome your FTAs and your head referees as they lead you all through today's drivers meeting. All right, it's almost time for takeoff, but before we set the robots into action, let's take a moment to commit ourselves to a world where everyone feels safe and lives free of fear. At first, we join those all around the world who are calling for peace and safety. All right, it's time to play Rapid React. We are cleared for takeoff. Teams, power up your robots as we prepare for competition launch.
Welcome to the 2022 FIRST Robotics Competition and this year's game, Rapid React, presented by the Boeing Company. 2 alliances of 3 teams each compete to score their cargo balls into the lower hub and the upper hub. They earn additional points if the robots traverse the rungs of their hangar. Robots start each match on one of their tarmacs and may be preloaded with 1 cargo each. During the first 15 seconds, robots are autonomous. Without guidance from drivers, they leave their tarmac, score preloaded cargo, and collect and score additional cargo. During the remaining 2 minutes and 15 seconds, drivers control their robots. They continue to gather up 2 cargo at a time and score cargo in the lower and upper hubs. Cargo scored into either hub count towards the cargo bonus. Launch pads protect robots from contact by opponent robots. Robots may use either terminal, where their human players assist the robots with acquiring cargo. As time runs out, robots race to their hangar and traverse as many rungs as possible. The higher a robot gets, the more points it earns. An alliance that reaches a hangar point threshold is rewarded with a ranking point. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
The other voices you all will be hearing this weekend are from our MCs on site on the field. Speaking of the field, good morning, Greater DC area. Let's look at those teams for our first matches for today. Over in the field, you all can see these wonderful teams all in the back. They're all in their pit areas. They're getting ready and geared up to go. The field is set. Teams are set. Soon we will know who's jumping up first. Let's go say hi to the Greater Richmond area. Good morning, Richmond. Let's go see these wonderful teams along the back row. How's Richmond doing, everyone? We hope everyone's having a wonderful day. We will see you all on the field shortly. Once again, look at this wonderful field that we have. How's everybody doing? We will be ping-ponging back and forth between the Greater DC area and the Greater Richmond area all day today, so everyone gets to see tons of wonderful matches from all over the Chesapeake region. And with that being said, we can see the different regions, but I don't know who's in them. So good morning, chat. How are you all doing? If you're here with a team, let us know. Put your team numbers down in the chat. Put your team names down in the chat. I love seeing all of our wonderful different teams here with us today. Going along with this, once again, this is Rapid React. Teams, a few safety things that must be going on, that must be gone over once again. Please do not hang on the rungs if you are not a robot. Once again, please do not hang on rungs if you are not a robot. Please remember to listen to your referees and other volunteers at all times. Once again, make sure to listen to all instructions and directions from your referees and other volunteers at all times. Matches will at times move quickly, so please make sure that you have your team and your robot ready. Make sure that all robots have gone through inspection. And please make sure that when the end of the day arrives and we get ready for alliance selection, that all teams are prepared. Speaking of alliance selection, teams, your mentor should have been given the YouTube link for the private viewing of your specific region if you all wanted to view it for scouting purposes only. Once again, for scouting purposes, your specific region will have a YouTube link that your mentor should have access to. But let's go say hi to all these teams. I see the Phantom Mentalist of 2028. I see Team 3939. I see Cavbotics of 8590. I see Hampton Phobius. I see 6882 Fahrenheit Robotics from Fredericksburg. Is that Blue Sky Robotics? I guess we'll have to figure out where they're coming out from. And once again, I love the fact that this year we have so many rookie teams. But that also means that we have tons of veterans still lying around. So once again, veterans, rookies, everyone, good morning and hello. I can't wait to see everyone on the field today and see all the wonderful different ways that we approach the field and approach these challenges. And look at this wonderful split screen. So on the top right now, that is the greater DC area. On the bottom, that is the greater Richmond area. If you all see by the two different camera views, the greater DC area has a slightly higher camera, and what you all can see in the background is our pits. So up towards the top and towards the left, you all can see our many various pits, all those wonderful sections where all those robots will be worked on, will be held. That is where all of our teams are housed at this time. And at the bottom, you all can see that back wonderful wall where we have all these wonderful teams lying in wait, anxiously waiting to jump onto the field. I can't wait to see who's going to jump on the field. I hope you all can't wait either. I know yesterday we had tons of interesting matches, even all the way down to even all the way down to the finals, where we had one game that was only 6 points apart. I can't wait to see how teams try to overcome the challenge of hanging on the rungs, the different ways that people like to score the cargo. There's all sorts of wonderful different things that can go on today. And speaking of all the wonderful different things and all the wonderful different teams, let's read off the teams that will be competing today, starting with the greater DC region. We have 623 Cougar Robotics from Vienna, Virginia. We have 1111 Powerhawks Robotics from Edgewater, Maryland. We have 1123 AIM Robotics from Fairfax, Virginia. We have 1383 The Body Electric from Bethesda, Maryland. We have 1599 Circuitry from Mechanicsville, Virginia. We have 1719 The Umbrella Corporation from Baltimore, Maryland. We have 1727 Rex from Lutherville, Maryland. I can't say that second one. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. I'm sorry. Timonium? Lutherville Timonium? Maryland? Cool. I think I tried. We have 1885 I Light Robotics from Haymarket, Virginia. We have 2186 Dogs of Steel from Chantilly, Virginia. We have 2199 Robo Lines from Finksburg, Maryland. We have 2998 Viking Robotics from Richmond, Virginia. We have 4456 Mech Cadets from Washington, D.C. We have 5549 Griffin Robotics from Falls Church, Virginia. We have 6504 FCHS Jaguars from Falls Church, Virginia. We have 7886 Cadet Robotics from Fredericksburg, Maryland. We have 8197 Air Tigers 8197 from Lanham, Maryland. We have 8230 Koi Bots from Arlington, Virginia. We have 8590 Cav Botics from Fairfax, Virginia. Coming up first in DC, in the red, we have 1885 I Light Robotics, 4456 Mech Cadets, and 1727 Rex. Going up against in the blue, 2998 Viking Bots, 5549 Griffin Robotics, and 8197 Air Tigers. Richmond also has an impressive lineup. Richmond's lineup not as long, but still a wonderful lineup. Richmond's lineup, we have team 122 NASA Knights from Hampton, Virginia. 346 RoboHawks from Chesterfield, Virginia. 384 Sparky 384 from Henrico, Virginia. 619 Cavalier Robotics from Charlottesville, Virginia. 1086 Blue Cheese from Glen Allen, Virginia. 1522 DOTM Defenders of the Multiverse from Hanover High School in Mechanicsville, Virginia. 1598 Team Talon 1598 from Danville, Virginia. 2028 Phantom Robotics from Hampton, Virginia. 3274 Rocktown Robotics from Harrisonburg, Virginia. 3359 Royal Robotics from Portsmouth, Virginia. 3361 Governators from Fisherville, Virginia. 3939 Botort 4H Robotics from Buchanan, Virginia. 5954 Portable Chargers from Victoria, Virginia. 6194 The Aftershocks from Cumberland, Virginia. 6802 Mean Caymans from Cedar Bluff, Virginia. 6882 Fahrenheit Robotics from Fredericksburg, Virginia. And 7429 Convergence from Midlothian, Virginia. I'm terrible with names. I'm sorry. If I mess up your names, trust me, I'm sorry. I will eventually get it. And look at these wonderful teams. Now, I know some of these teams. Some of these teams were here back in my numbers. For example, I remember the Body Electric. I competed against them a bunch of times. I remember saying it smelled like blue cheese. I definitely remember them. Robohawks, I can say I remember you. Circuitry, I remember you. Light, I remember you. Lumberjack Robotics, I'm pretty sure I remember you. Mech Cadets, I remember you. Let's see. Now, remembering stuff from yesterday, however, those Aftershocks and Mean Caimans creep back in for a second round today. I see y'all. Jumping back on the field. Let's see what they do today. But once again, looking at this wonderful DC field, look at these wonderful bots already approaching the field. Currently moving their bot up in the very front. That looks like 5549 Griffin Robotics. Look at that beautiful black robot. Look at that beautiful black robot. Once again, I love when the bots are very distinct, very easy to spot, very easy to recognize. If I can tell your robot from half a court away, it's a clean looking bot. I want to be able to tell your robot from a half a court away, and I want to be able to tell you apart from half a court away. And with that being said, teams, don't be afraid to bring back your mascots and everything else. I love seeing them. The first match in Richmond is whenever it gets posted. All matches should be starting shortly. We are just waiting on the preview. When I see the match lineup, hey, there it is. Now I get to call the match lineup. Coming out first in Richmond, we have in the red, 6802 Mean Caimans, 2028 Phantom Robotics, and they're partnered with 1086 Blue Cheese. They will be going up against, in the blue, 3274 Rocktown Robotics, 346 Robohawks, and 5954 Portable Chargers. Now, Portable Chargers. Portable Chargers. How many portable chargers do y'all bring to the event? That's like my biggest question. Like, your robot should just be like littered with portable chargers, or at least your pits. You know, just have a wall of portable chargers or a banner just covered in portable chargers or something. Like somebody needs one of those multi-pocketed vests, and it just has to be all portable chargers. You just gotta be able to pull out portable chargers every few seconds. Just, oh, you need one? Here we go. Portable chargers. Portable chargers. Here you go. Portable chargers. The match schedule should be either on the event page or it should be on the Blue Alliance. Once again, I love having all my teams here. I love seeing all these wonderful bots on the field. Where is it? It's just a wonderful sight. It almost brings tears to my eyes. But then if I started crying, I wouldn't be able to see the bots anymore. So then I don't cry. Almost makes you not want to blink. It's just like you got to keep your eyes open. You blink, you might miss something. There's tons of things always going on the field. I think one of my favorite points in the game is when I get to jump back and forth while looking at both fields. I get to go, ooh, 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 that was a big move, and another big move. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful thing. And once again, another wonderful shout out to all of our parents, mentors, coaches, and sponsors. Without you all, these matches wouldn't be able to happen. And I make that shout out multiple times because I know we have tons of parents in the chat. I know we have tons of coaches and mentors in the chat. Sponsors, if you're in the chat, hey, how are you doing too? Come see where your money is going. It is a wonderful place. I remember some of the teams used to have shirts just littered with sponsors. But chat, what's going on? Y'all are so quiet today. Do we need to get a morning stretch? All right, come on, chat. We're gonna wake everybody up. We're gonna stretch up. We're gonna hold it. We're gonna stretch to the left. We're gonna hold it. We're gonna stretch to the right. We're gonna hold it. We're gonna stretch to the front. We're gonna hold it. We're gonna move it all around to wake everybody up. Come on, we gotta wake up, stretch it out, get them fingers moving, get these keys typing, make it all clack-a-lacking. I want to see these messages. We gotta have fun today in chat. We're gonna have all the fun. This is a wonderful morning. It is a little after 9:30. It's gonna be a wonderful day. We're in it for the long haul. We're here all day. Tons of fun. Rounds and rounds of robots. Some of my moderators have just as much fun as me. And we're off in DC. Look at these robots start for this first autonomous round. Once again, a wonderful autonomous at 8 points each. Let's see what these teams do. Red Alliance shooting a few high, goes over the far side of the rim. Blue Alliance, one in, one out. Second one in, second one spins right back out. Blue Alliance up 12-8. I wonder where those points came from. Red Alliance, another shot, and oh, bouncing wide out the rim. Red Alliance, another high shot, and it's good. These teams are trying to get those shots calibrated down. Blue Alliance, another shot and another miss. Both teams battling it out for these shots. Red Alliance putting more up. Blue Alliance staying ahead in the rate, staying ahead in score, 16-12. Red Alliance trying to figure out that score. And with these last 30 seconds, it's time to buckle your seatbelts and prepare for takeoff. It's hang time. See how high these robots can go on these rungs. Will they lift off? 1727 attempted to lift off. I don't think anyone clearly lifted off in this match. But a wonderful first match. Nice and tight with the scores. And the score in DC, Blue Alliance takes the win with a score of 17-12. This will give the Blue Alliance 2 rank points. Jumping right over to Richmond where they're starting their match. This autonomous period already gearing up and spinning up. Red Alliance 14-0 coming out the gate. Blue Alliance having some ground that they need to make up. This match seems to be 3-on-1. But Blue Alliance seems to have gotten a ton of points. It's currently sitting at 52-16. I wonder if they're racking up penalty points. Red Alliance trying to get these shooters down. Those mean Caymans feeding up that logo. And with these last 30 seconds, it's time to buckle up and prepare for takeoff. It's hang time. $10.86 seems to be appearing to get ready to hang. $68.02 trying to get up there. 1086 did clear for takeoff. I don't know if 6802 got off the ground. Our current unofficial score sits at 44-30, but we're jumping right back to DC to watch that official score once again. DC's official score was 17-12 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Once again, a point breakdown of a 0-point taxi across the board, a 9-point cargo to a 12-point cargo, a 0-point hanger across the board, and an unfortunate 8-point penalty towards the Red Alliance. Coming up next in DC, we have 1123 AIM Robotics. We also have 2199 Robo Lions and 1389 The Body Electric in red. In blue, we have 7886 Cadet Robotics, 8230 Koi Bots, and 1599 Circuitry. Leaving DC to go look at the final score from Richmond once again, the Blue Alliance takes the win with a score of 44-36. With a 0-point taxi to a 6-point taxi, a 0-point cargo to a 24-point cargo, a 0-point hanger to a 6-point hanger, and a 44-point red penalty. I wonder where these penalties came from. And a word from the field says 1086. During auto, wrapped up 5 technical fouls from hitting 4 cargo and a robot during the autonomous period. Once again, please check your programs. Those autonomous periods can still result in fouls. Coming up next, in Richmond, we have 384 Sparky, 3939 Boat Tort 4H Robotics, 1522 Defenders of the Multiverse. And in blue, we have 6882 Fahrenheit Robotics, alongside 3359 Royal Robotics and 122 NASA Knights. Once again, I love seeing all these wonderful teams and seeing all the things that these teams do. I also love messing with every team's names. For example, NASA Knights. It is a wonderful year. You all get to go take off. It's time for NASA. It's time for liftoff. It's a wonderful thing. Royal Robotics. Which royal lineage do you all hail from? Do we bow to the queen or the king? And of what country or principality? And Fahrenheit Robotics. How hot is it in here? And Defenders of the Multiverse. Which multiverse are we referring to? Whose multiverse are we defending? Sparky cute. Because when I heard Sparky, I thought of a dog anyway. And then they got a dog paw on their thing. So once again, it's Sparky. Botort 4H Robotics. I just don't know what 4H Robotics, what 4H is in reference to. Maybe it's a classroom. I don't know. But we're over here looking at DC, where they're preparing for qualification match number 2. People are getting ready to lock down the field. So the only thing left on the field, Body Todd. Oh, that makes a whole lot more sense. We're waiting on the green light and the thumbs up in DC. In Richmond, they've locked down their field. Once again, waiting for a green light and a thumbs up. DC has a thumbs up. They're getting ready to go. They're going to count down. And the robots are off. Blue Alliance taking an early shot and an early miss. Another one goes up and comes right back down. Red Alliance, 1 low goal. Red Alliance, human player, attempted the high goal. Blue Alliance, they attempted the high goal and just barely missed the low goal. The score will sit at 6-2 in favor of red. Red Alliance attempting to expand that lead. Blue Alliance trying to close that lead. It is now 6-8. $11.23 with that monstrous intake, spitting out into that low goal. Blue Alliance once again trying to load up that top gold as much as they can. And Blue Alliance just surpassing the Red Alliance in these last 45 seconds. Teams preparing for takeoff. What will it come down to? In these last 30 seconds, it's time for liftoff. How high can we go? 2199 attempting to shift rungs. And they make a shift. Can they make another? $15.99 also hanging on. And with that, we will be jumping over to Richmond while we await that score. Richmond, just having started their match, is 14-16 in favor of the Red Alliance. Once again, look at these wonderful bots. Red Alliance attempting to expand that lead. And look at that little bot Sparky go. And as we prepare for these last 30 seconds, Red Alliance with a slight lead over Blue, but we know that can all change when it comes to the hang. Let's see how high they climb. It's hang time. $122 is airborne. 384 is airborne. And with that, the current unofficial score sits at 18-26. Jumping right back to DC so we can see their score as they rounded out their match. We had a final score of 22-28 for that second qualification match in favor of the Red Alliance, with a point breakdown of a 2-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 10-point cargo across the board, and a 10-point hanger across the board. The Blue Alliance unfortunately suffering a 4-point penalty. Once again, this gave the Red Alliance the win. Coming up next in qualification number 3 in DC, we have 1719, the Umbrella Corporation. We have 6504, FCHS Jaguars, and 2186, Dogs of Steel. We have, going in the blue side, 2534, Lumberjack Robotics, 1111, Powerhawks Robotics, and 623, Cougar Robotics. Jumping right back over to Richmond to see their final score. Richmond's final score for qualification match number 2 was 24-32 in favor of the Red Alliance. That point breakdown being a 4-point taxi across the board, a 10-point cargo to a 18-point cargo, a 6-point hanger across the board, and both teams receiving 4 points worth of penalties. Once again, teams, drive safe and drive smart. Please try to avoid as many of these penalties as possible. Now, with names like Lumberjack Robotics, That's a wonderful thing to hear. Why? Because they come out looking like a lumberjack. They wear the red plaid, they wear the jeans. That's their look. I think one year they actually did have somebody walking around with like a fake axe or something like that. They had the lumberjack. They wanted the whole Paul Bunyan look. Now, I feel like you should also carry around like a wood stump and put your robot on a wood stump or something, like you felled a tree. Or at least make something on your robot out of wood. Like maybe make the intakes out of wood or something like that. That'd be cool. Just something wood. It says here the lumberjacks. You gotta go cut down the tree. Gotta use wood instead of metal. Same with blue cheese, I think. I'm trying to remember which other. It might have been blue cheese, or it was some cheese bot that had, that was bright yellow and had holes drilled into it to make it look like cheese. They took a core drill and just core drilled through the entire frame of the robot. Oh no, they did it to save weight, but it also helped the fact that they were a cheese themed robot. So after they core drilled their robot, they also sprayed it bright yellow and said that it looked like cheese. Coming up next for qualification number 3 in Richmond. In the red corner, we have 3274 Rocktown Robotics, alongside 619 Cavalier Robotics and 3361 Governators. They will be facing off against, in the blue, 346 Robohawks, alongside 7420 Convergence and 6194 The Aftershock. Well, fortunately, Cavalier Robotics and Cavbotics are competing at 2 separate events. One is in Richmond and one is in DC. That's the only good part about keeping them separate. And hey, I like hearing why different robots are named different things. But once again, I just remember that about your bot. I remember you all cutting in the holes in your robot. See, those types of alliances are off-season alliances when you do organizations based off of sister teams or local teams and teams that practice together and stuff like that, because then you can just randomize whatever team you want. Or you can tell teams they have to have a partner before they show up. But I like how Blue Cheese was in the chat to know that I was talking about them. Once again, I love it when everybody's here. Don't you all love it when everybody's here and is watching what's going on and we get to see all these wonderful... We get to see all these wonderful teams. It's a wonderful thing. Now, names like Dogs of Steel. Where do we get dumb names from? Dogs of Steel sounds like a wonderful name. But we are starting in Richmond. They're starting out event number 3. Their autonomous period is underway. We've got cargo flying. Blue Alliance trying to make a couple more. The score will be set at 10-6. Once again, we will jump back and forth between all venues as they play. If there is not a match in play, we will not show that venue. Speaking of, DC just started their autonomous period, so we'll be jumping back and forth between here and there throughout the entirety of these matches. Richmond off to a wonderful start with a little bit less than a minute and a half to go with a score of 16-8 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Let's see if the Blue Alliance can hold on to this lead with it this last minute and 20 to go. Checking in on DC really quickly. DC with a little bit 2 minutes to go has a score of 14-8 as the Blue Alliance quickly loads up that top goal, trying to take that lead and run with it and run away from that Red Alliance. Both alliances trying to put up strong scores. Red Alliance seeming to be doing a little bit of defense over here. 6504 waving their big intake, trying to block any shots from going up. And as we hear those last buzzers, it's time to jump back over to Richmond. It's time to buckle in those seatbelts and prepare for takeoff. It's hang time. $61.94 attempting to get in the air. $74.29 attempting to get in the air. $6.19 attempting to get in the air. And as time comes to a close, we see $6.19 in the air. We see $7.29 in the air and $61.94 in the air with a current score of 18-24 in favor of the Red Alliance. DC, it's hang time. Let's see these robots take off. 623 is in the air. 1719 attempting to get airborne. And with a score currently sitting at 20-10 in favor of the Blue Alliance, what will they do with these last 10 seconds counting down? Who will take the win? Who will hold on to it? Time's running out. And with time coming to a close, the current unofficial score is 20-10. Richmond has posted their official score, and the first of the morning, we have a tie. Once again, we have a tie in Richmond. So both alliances will receive 1 rank point. Our score breakdown being a 4-point taxi to a 6-point taxi, a 14-point cargo across the board, and a 12-point hanger to a 6-point hanger. The Blue Alliance receiving an unfortunate 4 points of penalties. Jumping over to DC, there was no tie, there was no discussion. The Blue Alliance takes the victory with a score of 26-10. With a point breakdown of a 6-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 14-point cargo to a 6-point cargo, and a 6-point hanger to a 0-point hanger. This was a clean match with no penalties across the board. Once again, I love these matches. I love seeing all of our wonderful teams as they take the field. Speaking of who's taking the field next, let's look at Richmond for qualification number 4. Coming up first, in the red will be 3361 Governators, followed by 6882 Fahrenheit Robotics, and they're not in the back because they're stinky. They're just there because that's the way the lineup went. It's 1086 Blue Cheese. Following that on the blue side is 619 Cavalier Robotics, alongside 3359 Royal Robotics, and currently sitting at number 1, 1522 Defenders of the Multiverse. Can they defend that number 1 spot? And once again, taking a wonderful short break to thank all of our sponsors for making these events possible. Whether it's Qualcomm, Leidos, Boeing, and all of our other wonderful sponsors for all the things that they do and provide to these first events. But look at the Richmond field. Look at all these wonderful teams getting ready to get on the field. 68-82. They have the same thing that my team used to have. See, my school's colors were red and black. My team's colors were red and black. So every time we were on the Red Alliance, we looked wonderful. But speaking of alliances, coming up next in qualification number 4 in DC. On the red side, we have 1389, the Body Electric. Alongside, making their first appearance for today, 8590, Cavbotics. And they will be accompanied with 5549, Griffin Robotics. They will be battling it out against the Blue Alliance, starting out with 8197, Air Tigers. 2998 Viking Bots, and 7886 Cadet Robotics. Yes, our copyright issues are very fun to deal with. We have a very limited selection of songs that we are allowed to play. They even shortened the list of songs that we were recommended by FRC this year. We have less teams that we're allowed to choose from, and we have less songs that we're allowed to choose from. So, yeah, it's a fun spot. Once again, let's look at the field. It's a wonderful field this year. I love how interactive this field is. For example, the spinning ports inside both of the goals just to make sure that nothing gets stuck. And also they just add an extra added layer of challenge because that spinning wheel inside of the high basket spins just fast enough to make so many shots go right back out. And that's its own calculation right there, is how do you hit it perfectly at the right speed, at the right angle, that it just drops in or coasts in around the bowl and doesn't immediately funnel itself right back out. Also, what I like for the bottom goal, that bottom goal with it having those weighted chains in the bottom, those free hanging chains in the bottom, it really does a lot to stop from bouncing out of the bottom and control what's going to go around in the bottom of that bracket. Really does a lot for separating the confusion. A lot of times if something would have went into a goal, it could bounce in, bounce out, it could bounce around. This really makes it so once it's in, it starts to stay in if it's in the bottom goal. Now the top goal, once again, that one still bounces everywhere. That's still a very fun thing to watch. It jumps up, it jumps down. And now if I'm not mistaken, That might be the Body Electric with those bright blue pants over in the Red Alliance. I do remember some things about teams in their uniforms. Those bright blue checkered pants, those blue and white checkered pants. Is that you, Body Electric? Do I spy with my little eye? Yeah, I'm gonna have too much fun with all of my sayings. But another really good thing about these hubs and about these towers this year, especially for the scoring platforms that I love, is when you get to involve the human players. Now, I remember back in Recycle Rush, we had a big mid bar that went across the field, and we had these pool noodles that we called litter. And we got to take these pool noodles and javelin spear toss them over the barrier to the opposing side and litter their side of the field. It was a wonderful time. I remember Steamworks. We got to stand on the middle of the field, picking up gears and using them on the field. This year, human players during the autonomous period, as you'll see in Richmond, get to attempt to shoot at the mid goal. They can try to shoot and get it into that high goal for those autonomous points. But starting off in autonomous, we have a score of 4-2 in favor of the Red Alliance. And look at these wonderful bots. They so pretty. I wonder what 6822 does. I see that they have a climbing hook, but I wonder what their other mechanism is. And 86 launching up to their high goal. They put 2 up and they drop 2 down. Over in DC, they're starting as well. We'll jump over to them for a quick second to watch this autonomous period. As these last few seconds round out of the autonomous period, I see freight everywhere, but we have a score of 2-2. Both teams battling it out. Both teams trying to find their spot to put a point up on the board. But in Richmond, it's time to buckle up because it's hang time. Let's watch these teams take off. With a current score of 21-7 in favor of the Red Alliance, let's see who climbs these walls. Who can climb the rung. Who can get as high as they need to. We have a little bit more than 5 seconds left on the board. And with that, 1086 Blue Cheese has lifted off. Right back on to DC, where they're getting ready for their last minute. Once again, a wonderful match over here. This match staying very nice and tight. The score only at 3-2 in favor of the Red Alliance. This match can go in any direction. Once again, it's time for takeoff. So you know what that means. It's hang time. Let's see who gets up in the air. What? 1389 trying to get up in the air. 5549 trying to get up in the air. 5549 in the air. 1389 dropped down at the last second. With a current unofficial score of 6-3 in favor of the Blue Alliance, we will watch how this match is scored out. Richmond posted their score, however. This score being set in stone, Red Alliance takes it at 27-7. With a score breakdown of a 4-point taxi to a 2-point taxi, a 1-point cargo to a 12-point cargo, to a 17-point cargo, and a 0-point hanger to a 4-point hanger, with an unfortunate 4-point penalty towards the Red Alliance. Virginia has also posted their lineup coming up next. In red, we have 6194, the Aftershocks. Partnered alongside 3184, Sparky, and 2028, Phantom Robotics. They will be facing off against 5954, Portable Chargers, 7429, Convergence, and 6802, Mean Caymans. If we look at DC, this is what we love to see. The referees having a wonderful discussion, seeing the end of this match, trying to figure out what's going to be scored and how it's going to be decided. Once again, I love all the challenges this year. For example, that basketball shot is a wonderful shot. We've seen so many teams attempt it. We've seen a few teams actually get it. And speaking of things that have gotten, we got a score in DC. It's for the Red Alliance, a win at 6 points to 18 points with a point breakdown. A point breakdown of a 2-point taxi to a 0-point taxi, a 0-point cargo to a 3-point cargo, a 0-point hanger to a 15-point hanger, and an unfortunate 4-point red penalty. Coming up first, in the red, in DC, we have 2186 Dogs of Steel, alongside 623 Cougar Robotics and 8230 Koibots. They will be facing off against 4456 Mech Cadets, alongside 1111 Powerhawks Robotics. And finishing it out for the Blue Alliance, we have 1123 AIM Robotics. We will be jumping straight into Richmond, where Richmond is going. Look at this autonomous period fly. Wonderful scores up in that high tower already. A score of 10-8 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance making it 12-11, saying they're going to try to take the fight now. Blue Alliance needs to answer these points. Blue Alliance answering with a few low points. Red Alliance responding with high points. Red Alliance trying to widen the gap, making it 17-13. Blue Alliance bringing it back to a tie. Blue Alliance nudging just barely above the Red Alliance. These teams are battling it out. Red Alliance taking it back from the Blue Alliance. Both teams firing high, trying to get as many shots off as they can. DC just started, and we're going to go over to them right after Richmond finishes. Richmond, buckle up. It's time for takeoff. It's hang time. Richmond still battling it out, so close, 27-29. Both teams refusing to give up the fight. They're going for the climb with 5 seconds left on the board. Let's see how it goes. And I see at least 2 teams in the air. They might have all 3 on the Red Alliance. No, they have 2 teams on the Red Alliance, and they might have 2 in blue. We will wait for the official score in Richmond as we jump over to DC. DC with a little bit less than a minute and a half left on the clock. It is 12-15 in favor of the Red Alliance. Both teams battling it out. Red Alliance throwing a few shots up high. Blue Alliance trying to respond with a few shots of their own. Red Alliance trying to expand the lead, taking it 21-14. Blue Alliance taking their time to respond, seems to be setting up for the climb. Red Alliance already climbing. It's about to be hang time. And it's hang time. Red Alliance running straight for the climb. Red Alliance, can they get the transversal? Can they get all the way up? Blue Alliance trying to have all 3 in the air. 11-23, 11-11, and 44-56 are all off the ground. While we wait for that official score to come out, let's go look back at Richmond for Richmond's score. Richmond's score was 39-41. That 2-point win will go to the Red Alliance with a score breakdown of a 4-point taxi across the board, a 23 cargo to a 21 cargo, and a 12-point hanger across the board. Blue Alliance receiving 4 penalty points, giving the Red Alliance that win. Once again, please watch your penalties. The point breakdown in DC just got posted as well, with that score coming in at 30-31. An even closer match. Look at how close and how tight these teams are making these battles. In favor of the Red Alliance, with a point breakdown of a 2-point taxi to a 6-point taxi, a 8-point cargo to a 7-point cargo, and a 16-point hanger to a 10-point hanger. Red Alliance receiving 4 points worth of penalties, and Blue Alliance receiving 8 points worth of penalties. Once again, another match determined by the penalty. Coming up next, in Richmond, in the red, we have 3274 Rocktown Robotics, alongside 6882 Fahrenheit Robotics and 3939 Bot Etot 4H Robotics. And in blue, we have 6194 The Aftershocks, alongside 122 NASA Knights and 3359 Royal Robotics. You see, I wish that's how First Robotics worked. I'm just a voice. I am a voice from the great beyond. My keys have no effect. I am a voice and I am a face. I am occasionally a body. But I still do nothing as far as physical work. Yeah. That's a wonderful deal for somebody who can actually make a difference. I can't make a difference. Only difference I make is am I funny. Now you can just tip me $10,000 because you like me, but I mean that's just that. But yeah, I this is a wonderful moment for me to thank all the volunteers that make everything happen. For example, the referees that do all the scoring, the judges that do all the judging, the people in the production staff to do all the production work so you can see it. I'm a commentator. I commentate. And speaking of things that I get to commentate, the Richmond event has just started their autonomous, but in DC, we have coming up first, 8590 Cavbotics, 1885 I Light Robotics, and 1719 the Umbrella Corporation in red. In blue, we will have 1727 Rex, 1599 Circuitry, and 2199 the Robo Lions. Following that autonomous period, we have a score of 8-4 in favor of the Red Alliance. Hopefully we have no breakdowns of any robots this time. And the Red Alliance trying to put another one up in that high goal, and it bounces right back out. But that wouldn't be in the spirit of First. Remember, the spirit of First is gracious professionalism. Trying to remember that old word that they used to use, cooperative. And as Dean likes to say, this is the hardest fun that you're supposed to have. It's not fun for everyone, then why are we doing it? And DC is getting ready to start their match. We'll jump over there after we finish in Richmond. Richmond getting ready for takeoff. It's hang time. $39.39 attempting to line up for that hang. 122 prepping for the hang. Over in DC, their score is 8-4 as they have a little bit less than 2 minutes left on the clock. Oh, and a wonderful shot up in that high goal from the Red Alliance. Richmond closing out their score at 14-16 in favor of the Red Alliance unofficially. Once again, we will wait for that final score. But speaking of scores climbing and scores rising, Blue Alliance rising that score to 15-8. They're trying to take the gap. Blue Alliance trying to expand that gap and make it as far as they can go. And with a minute and 26 seconds left on the board, 1599 is attempting to get on the rungs as early as possible. Could we be seeing the first transversal of today? Will they make it out to that high rung? That 7'7" height. The highest of highs, the farthest of fars. Their alliance partner 2199 trying to join them up in the heights. They're climbing up early as well. With a current score of 30-14, it's hang time. $17-19, racing to the climb. All matches and information can be found on the Blue Alliance or on the events.first Chesapeake page. And that score will sit at 32-18 unofficially, where we will look at the official score in Richmond. Official score in Richmond sitting at 20-22. Another close match in favor of the Red Alliance. Their score will break down as a 2-point taxi to a 6-point taxi, a 12-point cargo to a 10-point cargo, and a 6-point hanger across the board. This was a wonderfully clean match. Speaking of, we have the results in DC. The winner of that match with a score of 57-24. It's the Blue Alliance, with a point breakdown of a 4-point taxi to a 0-point taxi, a 28-point cargo to a 10-point cargo, and a 25-point hanger to a 6-point hanger. That 25-point hanger gives the Blue Alliance an extra rank point as they completed the hanger bonus. Over in Richmond, coming up next, we have in the red 3361 Governators alongside 2028 Phantom Robotics. They will be followed by 7429 Convergence. And leading it off for the Blue Alliance, we have 6802 Mean Caimans. 122 NASA Knights. And followed out with 3939 Prototype 4H Robotics. And sometimes, like I said, different things work for different robots. I know typically I used to have a much lighter robots than some of the other teams, so I was able to gear my robot differently and run my robot at different speeds than some of the other robots on the field. So I may not have the highest scoring potential as far as always being able to hit the high objectives, because I rarely had a shooter unless it was a shooting game. But I definitely was almost always able to get the low goals. And with that, I would turn around and just load up and run as many cycles as possible. Versus some of the other teams, they had larger robots where they had to go shoot because they couldn't afford to run across the field and run around the entire map. But this is wonderful when we get to wait for our teams to show up on the field. How's everybody feeling so far? We're about an hour into our round of matches today. And coming up next in qualification number 7 in DC, we have 6504 FCHS Jaguars. 2186 Dogs of Steel, and 8197 Air Tigers. They will be alongside in the blue 4456 Met Cadets, alongside 2534 Lumberjack Robotics, and 8230 Koi Bots. So Koi Bots, do you all practice in the koi pond? Is there some sort of Zen garden when you all practice and play? Or is it koi like you all are acting koi? Which koi we use? Also, do you all use the koi as like the Gemini symbol on your shirts or something? Which type of koi are we talking about? Also, you say there's anger in the Discord. Why is there anger in the Discord? And in which Discord? Because I need to get back into the FRC Discord. I forget which Discord it was, because at one point we had like 3 different ones, and at that point I just decided to leave all of them. I remember there used to be the FRC Discord, and I was like, yeah, we're getting out of here. I remember I'm old enough to where my team had a Google Hangouts. Yeah, that was what we used when we started. We had a Google Hangouts. We didn't have a Discord. I mean, my description on Discord says I'm busy with something unimportant. And it's wonderful for the people that don't read it. Because some people look and they're like, oh, it says busy. I'm like, it at least says busy with something unimportant. Means bug me if you need me. But look at these fields. So clean, so clear. The gates are up in Richmond. To answer your messages, DCE1D1, we were trying to get all the information posted. There was a internal computer communications error. And so they're trying to fix all of that to make the the computers talk to each other properly, so that way all information can be sent and posted. And DCS started. And with a current unofficial score of 0 across the board, let's see what these two teams put into action. And Blue Alliance trying to drag this score away with 7-3. Virginia just getting started. Let's see what Virginia has to do with their opening. Virginia opening up at a score of 12-10. 12-12 as the buzzer sounds. And they're keeping this match really close with a score of 15-45. Over in DC, they have a little bit less than a minute left with their score sitting at 8-7 in favor of the Blue Alliance. They're keeping it really tight. (44-56), preparing to climb. It's hang time. Oh, Red Alliance might incur a few penalties. They're getting jammed up under the Blue Alliance's rungs. And that's time in DC with a current unofficial score of 9-7. We jump back over to Richmond, where their score is continuing to climb, 34-22 in favor of the Blue. Red Alliance not going down for the count, still trying to fill up these goals. Blue Alliance said it's hang time as they're going airborne. And the score in Richmond, Blue Alliance takes the win with a score of 48-29. This match gave 3 rank points due to the cargo bonus. Blue Alliance loaded up enough cargo to receive that extra rank point. Our point breakdown will be 6 points even for the taxi, a 32-point cargo to a 17-point cargo, a 10-point hanger to a 6-point hanger, and a clean match with 0 penalties. Looking at another clean match, the Blue Alliance won once again in DC, and the Blue Alliance also receives 3 points, this time for a hanger bonus. Once again, by receiving that hanger bonus, they got an extra ranking point for the Blue Alliance. Their scores will break down as a 6-point taxi to a 2-point taxi, a 3-point cargo to a 5-point cargo, and a 45-point hanger to a 0 hanger. Once again, another very clean match with 0 penalties across the board. What does the star mean next to what team's number? None of the teams I see have a star. Oh, that's oh, you mean in the match line. In the lineup, that's for, we'll discuss that later when we get to that point. That's a fun thing about matches and scores. That's its own separate moment. But look at all these wonderful teams. And coming up first in Richmond, in the red, we have 5954 Portable Chargers. We also have 1086 Blue Cheese, and they will be rounded out with 619 Cavalier Robotics. In the blue, we have Defenders of the Multiverse, 1522 Robohawks, 346, and Sparky, 384. Over in DC, we have their lineup coming out in red, 1719 The Umbrella Corporation, 1389 The Body Electric, and 623 Cougar Robotics. In blue, we have 2199 Robo Lions, 1727 Rex, and 8590 Cavbotics. I see green lights in Richmond. Robots are moving. And a high goal for red. A high goal for blue. 2 for blue. And with a score of 10-8 in favor of the Blue Alliance, let's watch these matches start. And in DC, they had an opening score of 12-2 from their autonomous period in favor of the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance still putting up amazing scores in Richmond, holding the Blue Alliance out at 20-15. These scores are high. These games are tight. Looking at DC, Blue Alliance trying to pull out their score. They're pushing up 23-13. They're trying to bring it away from the Red Alliance. And it's time for takeoff. Back in Richmond with a score of 27-28. Who will it be? It's down to hang time. Who's going to pull out those last few points? We have 10 seconds left on the clock. And with that, the current unofficial score is 27-28 in Richmond. Watching the end of DC with 15 seconds left to go. They're at the end of their hang time. It's 31-13 in favor of blue. I actually like this score just because it was what's that? Dang it, what's that called again? Forget about it. 31-13, read it forwards and backwards. I know somebody's gonna tell me later. I always say it, never remember it. But looking over at Virginia, the final score will be 33-40 for the Red Alliance. Our point breakdown being a 2-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 25-point cargo to a 16-point cargo, and a 6-point hanger to a 12-point hanger. A big deciding factor in this match was the 8-point penalties given to the Blue Alliance. Now flying over to DC for their final score. There's the score. Like I said, I like to see because it's forward and backwards. It's still the same. We got 43-34 in favor of the Blue Alliance with a score of 4-4 for the taxi, 29 cargo to 9 cargo, 10 hanger to a 21 hanger. But the Red Alliance does still receive a rank point. This point will be received due to that 21-point hanger score, so they will receive a rank point, and the Blue Alliance still receives their 2 rank points. Now, pausing a moment to look at the red team score. That little asterisk, that little star that you all see next to the umbrella corporation of 17-19, that means that they are a surrogate for this match. That means that whoever was supposed to play today either did not show or is not ready to show until 17-19, being the gracious professionals that they are, chose to step in and fill that void. What this means is 17-19 score is not positively or negatively affected by this match. 17-19 is a neutral third-party entity during those matches. So if you ever see a star or asterisk next to a team's number, that means that they are a surrogate and a neutral entity as far as scoring goes. Speaking of teams getting ready for scoring, we have qualification match number 9 over in Richmond. In the red, we have 2028 Phantom Robotics. We have 122 NASA Knights. We also have 346 the Robohawks. They will be facing off against, in the blue, 6194 the Aftershocks. 1522 Defenders of the Multiverse, and 6802 Mean Caimans. And yes, so the star means that either there weren't enough teams or that a team had to bow out, and so we needed a surrogate for that match. And we have next, in DC, qualification match number 9. We have, in the red, 1111 Powerhawks Robotics. We also have 1885 I Light Robotics, and 2998 Viking Bots. 55 on the blue side, 5549 Griffin Robotics. We'll start out in the blue. 1599 Circuitry will follow right behind, and 2534 Lumberjack Robotics, holding the current number 1 seat, will round it out for the Blue Alliance. Could we be seeing a possible alliance forming with Griffin Robotics and Lumberjack Robotics as they're currently seated in 1st and 3rd position? As a friendly reminder to all teams, Alliance selection this weekend is 4 Alliance captains. Once again, due to the fact that this is a 1-day event, not a 2-day event, and we have a lot less teams than we normally would, we have 4 Alliance captains. That will all be explained in greater detail and delved into more as we get closer to the Alliance selection. And in Richmond, we're off. And the Red Alliance takes off with 6 points to 2. 6 points to 4. 6 to 6. Blue Alliance quickly responding. Blue Alliance's human player throwing from the far side to help with the score. As points continue to grow, the score is now 8 to 6 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We will see who holds on to this lead. Red Alliance tries to answer. Blue Alliance continues to push back. And once again, to the Twitch chat, rankings, ranked points, and Alliance selection will be explained in greater detail the closer we get to the end of the day. The closer we get to Alliance selection, the more we can talk about how the alliances work. Yes, there will be a lunch break in the middle of the day. But speaking of breaks, these robots are putting no breaks on their score. We have a score of 16 to 15 in favor of the Blue Alliance. And with that, it's hang time. These last 30 seconds will count down. Teams are buckling in so they can take off. Lunch will be discussed with the on-site teams. Once again, the on-site MC will give out all information as far as lunches, breaks, and any other pauses in our regular schedule will go. They will also direct you as to where to receive your lunches or where you may eat. With that, the match is concluded. Currently, you're sitting at 21 to 18. Now, Twitch chat. It's been a minute since I've seen my teams call out. Teams, if you with me, who's here? If we're in DC, let me hear DC. If we're in Richmond, let me know. I want to see who's ready to go. And the blue banner flies in Richmond, meaning the Blue Lions takes that win with 1 point to part, 24-23. With a point breakdown of a 2-point taxi across the board, a 16-point cargo to a 15-point cargo, and a 6-point hanger across the board. This was another clean match with 0 penalties. And once again, for our teams wondering why we've been showing Richmond fully, we are currently waiting on the DC match to start. So if you see us in Richmond for a long time, that means that nothing is happening in DC. If you see us in DC for a long time, that means that nothing is happening in Richmond. If one area goes on lunch when the other is not, we will be showing that area more. If one area starts playoffs and the other area is going through alliance selection, we will be showing the playoffs more. Speaking of things that we want to see more of, let's see more of who's coming up next. Coming up next in Richmond. Oh, never mind. We have DC starting. See, DC started. There you go. We get to watch DC. And in this autonomous, a wonderfully scored autonomous, 10 points to 4 in favor of the Red Alliance. I get a buzzer and a sound, and that's all my timer to tell me it's time to go. And with 12, both teams pushing for the lead. With a minute and a half left to go, Red Alliance slowly trying to push away from the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance slowly extending that lead with a minute left to go. Red Alliance holding on to that lead with a score of 23-13. They are trying to give the Blue Alliance no wiggle room. With Blue Alliance trying to line up for that climb. Can they take off with 30 seconds left on the clock? It's hang time. And with that, time will conclude with a current unofficial score of 26-13 in favor of the Red Alliance. Jumping over to Virginia, before they start, let's go ahead and look at those teams one last time. Really quickly, in the red, we have 384 Sparky, 3274 Rocktown Robotics, and 619 Cavalier Robotics. Over in the blue, we have 3939 Bodetot 4H Robotics, 5954 Portable Chargers, and 3359 Royal Robotics. They're getting underway in Richmond once again, a wonderful autonomous period. This autonomous period staying nice and tight at 2-2 each. Red Alliance responding saying they don't want their match to be close at all, pulling away at 6-2. And Red Alliance lighting up that top goal, pushing that lead 14-2. And with that, the last 30 seconds have been sounded once again. Teams, buckle up and prepare for takeoff. Time to see how high you get, cause it's hang time. And with that, the match will currently be held at 22-4 in favor of the Red Alliance. Time to see what DC's score had to say at the end of that match. DC had a wonderful score. That score sat at 19-26 in favor of the Red Alliance. That point breakdown being a 4-point taxi to a 2-point taxi, a 9-point cargo to a 20-point cargo, and a 6-point hanger to a 0-point hanger. Blue Alliance unfortunately receiving 4 penalty points. And flying the red banner, the Boeing jet brings in the score of 34-10 in favor of the Red Alliance in Richmond. That score breakdown being a 2-point taxi across the board, a 2-point cargo to a 16-point cargo, and a 6-point hanger to a 12-point hanger. Blue unfortunately receiving 4 penalty points. Coming up next in DC for qualification match number 10, we have in the red 7886 Cadet Robotics. We also have 1719 the Umbrella Corporation, and swooping down from up above, it's 8197 Air Tigers. In the blue, biting on those wires, it's 6504 Jaguars. We also have 1123 AIM Robotics, and not to be confused with the Richmond team, it's 8590 Cavbotics. Coming up next, in Virginia for qualification match number 11. In the red, we have 6882. Checking your temperature, it's Fahrenheit Robotics. And you can smell them just as much as you can see them. It's 1086 Blue Cheese. They're partnered with 5954. Keeping you charged up, it's the portable chargers. In the blue, they're the Knights of Space, 122 NASA Knights. Alongside 3361, the Governators, and 7429, Convergence. Speaking of Convergence, let's go converge on the DC event and see these teams over there. They just finished out an autonomous with a score of 6-2 in favor of the blue. Look at these robots go! They just zipping. That's what robotics is supposed to be. It's supposed to be an emotional roller coaster. Same like these scores. These scores are supposed to be on a roller coaster ride, and what a ride the blue team is on with a current score of 13-4. And as we count down our last 30 seconds, we have robots racing to their corners. They're prepped for takeoff because it's hang time. And with that being put at 15-4, we're jumping straight over to Richmond, where they're into their autonomous, where they've just exited their autonomous with a score of 10-2 in favor of blue. Red Alliance puts 2 up, takes 2 down. Blue Alliance puts 1 up, and it comes back around. And with this very tight match at 20-16, all right, as time's coming down, let's see what goes on. It's these last 30 seconds, so you know what time that means it is. It's hang time. Now, I don't know if anyone else can see what happened on the field as we close out this unofficial score at 29-26, but one of the red cargo managed to get wedged just behind the rapid react sign. I wonder how the field resetters are going to get that back out. But it also makes me wonder, how much space is back there? How much clearance is there? But while I'm pondering those things, let's look at things that don't need to be pondered. Let's look at that score in DC being 25-4 in favor of the Blue Alliance. That score will be broken down as a 4-point taxi to a 2-point taxi, an 11-point cargo to a 2-point cargo, and a 10-point hanger to a 0-point hanger. This was another clean match brought to you with 0 penalties. Flying back into Richmond, their score also just swooped in with a score of 41-32. It's going to be blue with a 4-point taxi to a 2-point taxi, a 25-point cargo to a 16-point cargo, and a 12-point hanger to a 6-point hanger. The Blue Alliance receiving, unfortunately, 8 points worth of penalties. And now, talking about that piece is definitely something that will happen later when I get another chance to discuss what goes on, so keep that in the back of your head. But something that needs to be in the front of your mind needs to be who's coming up this time. Qualification number 11 in DC. In the red, we have 1389, the Body Electric, 2998, Viking Bots, and 1885, Highlight Robotics. Followed by, in the blue, 4456, Mech Cadets, 2534, Lumberjack Robotics, and 2186, Dogs of Steel. Over in the red side, for Richmond, we have 3359, Royal Robotics, 3274, Rocktown Robotics, and 1086, Blue Cheese. They will be followed with 6802, Mean Caymans, 3361, Governators, and 6194, the Aftershocks. Now, I like the way that the scores are lined up because the Blue Alliance has the 4th, 5th, and 6th seeded team right now. The Red Alliance has the 2nd and 8th seeded team right now. We might be seeing all of these teams in the finals today. So I want to see how these two teams play off against each other, because these could be honest matchups. Would be at least 4 and 6 or 4 and 5, maybe 5 and 6, and then 2 and 8. But once again, that red cargo, I want to see the replay as to how it got in there. But I'm pretty sure it was almost a slight nudge, wiggle, wobble. Don't know how it fully got in there. It's a weird spot. And I haven't even been on the field this year to see this field, but I've seen tons of shots go up. And so that has to be that 1 in a million, lucky shot, 4-leaf clover shot to make it there where it just so happened to get in between the panels. But if something like that was a serious issue and you saw it consistently getting stuck in panels or consistently getting wedged somewhere where it wouldn't come back, then people would definitely eventually start to mess with it and do little tweaks, or at least message first and say, hey, can we cover this? Hey, can we check on what's going on? Because that's definitely something that would eventually have to get addressed, is if it got consistently wedged. And now I know that we're all here from the Chesapeake region, but if you're not from the Chesapeake region, let me know which regions you're from. I believe yesterday we had somebody calling from one of the Canada regions. If you're from any of our other wonderful regions in the first world and in the first universe, let us know. Also, you can still be in Chesapeake region, but if you're not first robotics competition, what other teams do we have? I know we have a lot of our first tech challenge students still here. We should have a few FLL students in the chat somewhere. But DC is taking off. Once again, wonderful shots from all of our teams. Chesapeake alumni mentoring a Texas team. Well, that's wonderful. Enjoy that nice Texas heat. I miss that southern heat from time to time. I used to live down in Atlanta. That southern heat used to be wonderful. You just realized that for your scouting shift? Try doing a production shift or a commentator shift. We'll let you do volunteer shifts. I wish I had a 6-hour shift. And Richmond is also taking off. Richmond starting their autonomous period. We'll take a quick look at that as we leave DC with a current score of 23-10 in favor of the Red Alliance. Richmond taking off with a score of 12-2 as they enter their teleop period. We will come back to Richmond while they still have 2 minutes on the clock. DC in their last 30 seconds. They're cleared for takeoff because it's hang time with a current score of 23-12 in favor of the Red Alliance. With these last few seconds counting down, what will the scores clear out to be? Once again, those hangs can make the difference. Over in Richmond, with a little bit more than 1:15 to go on the clock, we have 18-10 going towards the Blue Alliance. Both teams attempting to score. Both teams seem to just barely miss the goal. Blue line starting to find that low goal. And with a little bit more than 10 seconds left on the clock, we have a score of 23-14. Who's gonna climb? Who's gonna take to the skies? And that's time. Quickly running over to DC while we await a Virginia score. We have a final score over in DC of 22-38, giving the Red Alliance wonderful victory. Their score breakdown will be a 2-point taxi across the board, a 10-point cargo to a 21-point cargo, and a 10-point hanger to a 15-point hanger. The Body Electric moves their electric slide all the way up to second place. And flying across the screen in Virginia, the Red Banner did wave in favor of the Red Alliance. Once again, with a score of 24-29, 8-point breakdown of a 4-point taxi to a 2-point taxi, a 20-point cargo to a 8-point cargo, a 0-point hanger to a 15-point hanger, and a 4-point penalty, unfortunately scarring the Blue Alliance. Looking at the difference in rankings, the entire Blue Alliance has now dropped down to 6th, 7th, and 8th place respectively, and the Red Alliance jumps up to 1st and 5th place respectively. Blue Cheese stepping up to 5th, and Rocktown Robotics stepping into 1st. Let's see if they can hold those positions. Team 1086 was given a transversal due to contact with 6802 in the zone. Coming up next, in DC for qualification match number 12, we have 2199 Robo Lions, 1111 Powerhawks Robotics, and 7886 Cadet Robotics. In the blue, we have 6504 FCHS Jaguars, 5549 Griffin Robotics, and 1599 Circuitry. Let's see if those Robo Lions can hold on to that first place position. Over in Virginia, flying in first is 6882 Fahrenheit Robotics with 3446 RoboHawks and 619 Cavalier Robotics on the red side. And swooping in for the blue, we have 3939 Body Tot 4H Robotics, 2028 Phantom Robotics, and 7429 Convergence. In DC, I see thumbs up. I see green lights. It's time. Over in DC, with a little bit less than a minute and a half to go, their score is 13-22. Red Alliance trying to pull out this victory. As we prepare for these final 30 seconds, Richmond has just started their match, so we will jump over there as soon as DC is concluded. DC, in its final 30 seconds, robots are taking off because it's hang time. And with a current unofficial score of 30-17, let's see what these referees have to say about those hangers. But we're jumping straight over to Richmond, where they still have a little bit more than a minute and 30 seconds left, with a current unofficial score of 15-6 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance loading up that top goal. Blue Alliance extending that lead further, making it 38-12. All right, chat, do you know what time it is? Because we're cleared for takeoff. I want to see y'all join me with this one. It's hang time. And with that, time will be concluded with a current score of 48-15 in Richmond. Let's jump right over to DC to go see that final score. Flying in with that score on that Boeing jet is 21-46, which will give the Red Alliance another victory. That score breakdown will be a 6-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 7-point cargo to a 26-point cargo, and a 4-point hanger to a 16-point hanger, with a unfortunate 4-point penalty towards the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance, however, will receive 3 rank points, that extra rank point coming from the hanger bonus. This will push Powerhawks Robotics up into the 2nd place position, sitting right behind their Alliance partner, 2199, the Robo Lions. Jumping right back over into Virginia. Virginia also had a winner with 3 rank points with a score of 54-27. The Blue Alliance takes this victory, once again with a cargo bonus. This cargo bonus meaning that they loaded up enough cargo to overload the sensor. Their score breakdown will be a 6-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 42-point cargo to a 7-point cargo, and a 6-point hanger to a 12-point hanger. An unfortunate 4-point penalty going towards the Blue Alliance. But with this win, 39-39 steps up into the 1st place position. Looking back at DC to see who's stepping up next. In the blue, we have ranked 3, 4, and 5 respectively. Coming in, it's 8230 Koibot, 1727 Rex, and 1389 the Body Electric. They will be facing off against, in the red, 623 Cougar Robotics, 1123 AIM Robotics, and 1885 Fight Robotics. And so, all right, chat, from now on, y'all got to do hang time with me, especially when we get towards the elimination rounds. I want to see hang time. Everybody's going to do it with me. We're either going to hang time or we're going to hype train. Pick it and let's run with it. We're going to have fun. Speaking of having fun, coming up next in Virginia, we have 2028 Phantom Robotics alongside 384 Sparky. They will finish out their alliance with 3359 Royal Robotics. They will be going up against, in the blue, 1522 Defenders of the Multiverse. They will also be going up against 7429 Convergence. And the final alliance member in blue is 3274 Rocktown Robotics. Teams, if you are on site, please make sure to listen to all volunteers and on-site commentators. They do have many different references and things that you all may need to pay attention to at this time. For example, the closer we get to the end of the matches, the more you all need to pay attention as far as alliance selection and how that goes and what needs to occur. As well as the closer we get to lunch, the more you all need to listen to where you all can receive your lunches if you all signed up for box lunches, as well as where you may go to eat and consume those lunches. Please make sure to consume those lunches in the appropriate spaces. Please make sure to always have a mask and your safety glasses on when you are in the event spaces and on and around the fields and pits. And once again, a wonderful shout out to all of our volunteers, our mentors, our coaches, our sponsors, our parents, our referees, our field techs, our field resetters, our programming team, all of the different various commentators, MCs, and game announcers. We love hearing from everybody, we love seeing everybody, and it's wonderful that everyone was able to make it out here today. Virginia seems to be getting ready to lock down their field. DC has their field locked down. I see green lights. I'm waiting on thumbs. Who's gonna give me the thumb up first? And in DC, we're taking off. Both human players attempting to shoot shots across the entire field. All robots attempting to shoot shots on the field. We have a current score of 10-4 in favor of the Red Alliance coming out of that autonomous period. Blue Alliance trying to close the lead, bringing it up 8-13. Blue Alliance jumping ahead at 18-17. They said they're in it for the long haul with a minute left to go. They said you're gonna have to catch us in hang time. But I think if we look down at the bottom screen, 623 may be all the way up. And with 40 seconds left to go, Richmond is starting their match, so we'll go over there right after we finish taking off. As we're taking off, 1885 is up in the air in the red. 623 is up in the air in the red. 1123 preparing to get airborne. 1389 has taken off. The score is currently sitting at 30-22. And I believe we have two teams hanging on the top rung for the Red Alliance. Looking over at Richmond, they have a minute and a half left to go with a score of 11-6 in favor of the Blue Alliance. And with time counting down, we're cleared for takeoff. 7429 is in the air. 1522 is getting there. And that will be time with a current unofficial score of 15-8 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Looking at the final score from DC, however, a wonderful shakeup in the rankings. A final official score of 28-49 will secure the win for the red side, with a point breakdown of a 2-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 12-point cargo to a 22-point cargo, a 6-point hanger to a 19-point hanger, and a 8-point penalty towards the Red Alliance, and a 4-point penalty towards the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance received a 3rd rank point for a hanging bonus. With that being said, the rankings got shifted up a little bit. 623 Cougar Robotics jumps up into 2nd place. 1123 AIM Robotics jumps up into 3rd place. And 1389 The Body Electric slipped down all the way to 6th place. And flying in on that blue Boeing jet The blue banner did wave for the Blue Alliance. Final scores will be posted at 27-8. Once again, for the Blue Alliance, with a point breakdown of a 4-point taxi to a 2-point taxi, a 7-point cargo to a 6-point cargo, and a 12-point hanger to a 0-point hanger. The Red Alliance also receives 8 points worth of penalties. Once again, please do make sure to check out the Blue Alliance or events.firstchesapeake.org for most event-related questions and information. Coming up next, in DC for qualification match 14. In the red, it's Mech Cadets of 4456. Hailing from 7886, it's Cadet Robotics. And all the way from 6504, it's FCHS Jaguars. Barking their way out of 2186, it's the Dogs of Steel. We also have growing on us 1599 Circuitry. And once again, not to be confused with Richmond, it's 8590's Cavbotics. Speaking of jumping right over to Richmond, once again, not to be confused with the DC's Cavbotics, we have 619's Cavalier Robotics. We have 122's NASA Knights. We'll see them sitting at the round table eventually. And 3939 Body Tot 4H Robotics. Over in the red side, once again, we have 1086 Blue Cheese, 384 Sparky, and 6802 Mean Caymans. Now, over on the Red Alliance, we see the 4th seed and the 5th seed, and also the 7th seed. These are all highly playable seats, but the 4th seed would once again be the only one that's allowed to go to the Alliance section today. So let's see if they can hold on to their 4th seat. And we saw down at the bottom, they were holding on for their 1st place seat. And we're off in Richmond. Already another wonderful and strong start to the Autonomous with a score of 8-6 in favor of the Blue Alliance. And with a current score of 26-14, the Red Alliance is trying to pull this lead away from the Blue. And as time comes down, you know what time it is. It's hang time. These teams are preparing for takeoff with a current score of 39-23 in favor of the Red Alliance. And that would be time with a current unofficial score of 41-23. Let's see what the referee has to say. We would like to take this time to let everyone know this is the final match for Virginia before they go on their lunch break. Once again, this is the final match for Virginia before they go on their lunch break. Virginia will be on lunch break until around 1 o'clock. At that time, we will continue with match number 16 out of 27. So once again, at this time, Virginia will be going on lunch break for an hour. DC has not declared their lunch break yet. DC may or may not go on their lunch break. DC may wait a while to go on their lunch break. But once again, if you are in the Virginia region, please check to see all information about your lunch break. It is time for your lunch break. And the scores are in. And the flag flies red. A 4 rank point match. The Red Alliance takes this victory with 57-35 with a point breakdown of a 4-point taxi across the board, a 19-point cargo to a 37-point cargo, and a 12-point hanger to a 16-point hanger. This was a once again clean match. Blue Cheese smells its way up into second place. Sparky barking at fourth place, and the Mean Caimans took a bite out of fifth place in this match. Team 3939, the Body Tot 4H Robotics, have unfortunately slid down into third. All right, teams, at this time, once again, it will be lunchtime for both divisions. So once again, DC and Richmond, please check with your on-field MC. Please check with the rest of your field crews. This is our lunch break. At this time, all fields shall be shut down for lunch. Once again, there will be no activity on the fields until 12:45. At 12:45, please return promptly to the field. If you are on deck to be next on the field, please make sure that you have everything ready to start on the field at 12:45. You all should be ready to be starting your match at 12:45. Once again, please check with your fields. Please check with your respective on-field on-field commentators and on-field volunteers to assist you with any and all needs. We will see you all back at 12:45.
starting a match in DC, so we're going to go live for a sec.
And we're back. Hey, everybody. So, we know that we said lunch was going to be a little bit longer, but DC forgot to do one of their matches. So, we're going to quickly go back and jump straight into this match. And the teams that are competing in this match go as follow. For the Blue Alliance, we have 2186, 1955, 1599, 8590. And in the Red Alliance, we have 4456, 7886, and 6504. Right now, we have a current score of 8-2 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance trying to close that gap as quickly as possible. $15.99 trying to go climb early. They're going to try to traverse. Let's see if they can get all the way up to that top rung. And as we get into these last few seconds, y'all know what time it is. It's hang time. And once again, just as a reminder, make sure that all teams have their members coming back online and have everyone coming back to the screen, because once again, DC is back live. And with that, the current unofficial score will sit at 8-7. We have 2 hanging bots over in the red corner. I see at least 1 hanging bot in the blue corner. And the score will fly the red banner. With a very close match of 23-28, the Red Alliance takes this victory with a point breakdown of a 4-point taxi to a 2-point taxi, a 4-point cargo to a 5-point cargo, and a 15-point hanger to a 21-point hanger. This was a all-over clean match with 0 penalties. That 21-point hanger gives the Red Alliance an extra rank point. So once again, teams, lunch is over in DC. Lunch is not over in Richmond. So we will have a ton of DC matches flying in here back to back, battling it out. Teams moving, teams flying, robots doing what they have to do. While everything's moving, however, this is a wonderful time to talk about the diligence of our teams. Our teams of volunteers noticed that we were behind. They turned around, sped the game up. I can't wait to see who we have coming up next. And coming up next, we have 2998 Viking Bots alongside 2199 Robo Lions and 1719 The Umbrella Corporation. They will be facing off against teams 623 Cougar Robotics, 8230 Koi Bots, and 8197 Air Tigers. This will be an interesting match. We have Robo Lions in red, currently seated at number 1, and Cougar Robotics in blue, currently seated at number 2. How will this stack up? How will it shake up? Will we see a new number 1? Or will number 2 stay blue? And I see green lights, and we getting ready to have thumbs up. These robots have taken off. And as this game starts, we have a starting score of 20-6 in favor of the Red Alliance. Red Alliance trying to expand that lead, going 31-10. A little bit more than a minute left on the clock. $21.99 attempting to climb already. And with it being the last 30 seconds, you know what time it is. It's hang time. Let's watch these robots take off. And with a few seconds left, will 1719 get in the air? 1719 cleared the ground. And our score flies in, flying in the red. The score goes 50-15. With a point breakdown of a 6-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 9-point cargo to a 15-point cargo, a 0-point hanger to a 15-point hanger, and an unfortunate 16 points worth of penalties given towards the Blue Alliance. This will unfortunately drop the Cougar Robotics down to 4th place. Robo Lions are standing firm in the 1st place position. Once again, just looking at these teams, even in 4th place, that still leaves Cougar Robotics in the alliance selection area. They still have, if we went to alliance selection right now, they would still be in the top 4 alliances, so they would still be in for alliance selection. But we still have 20 matches left to go. So there's tons of time, tons of space for all these teams to shake up their numbers. But I do wonder what those 16 points worth of penalties came from. Now, just looking at the field, I can see Powerhawk Robotics gearing up by that telltale hawk on the front of their bot. I can see the Lumberjacks gearing up by their plaid shirts everywhere. I can see the Griffins getting ready to swoop down by their characteristic black and green robot. And coming up, here's our lineups. we have in red 5549 Griffin Robotics. We have 1123 AIM Robotics and 7886 Cadet Robotics. In the blue, coming to you is 1111 Powerhawks Robotics, followed by 1727 Rex and 2534 Umberjack Robotics. With this match, Powerhawks Robotics and AIM Robotics are number 2 and number 3 seed. So same like in the last match. Let's see how these numbers shift up and shake up. I currently only see one red robot on the field, but I assume that there's probably 2. And I just can't see it from the other side. Yep, there's 2. And a human player takes a shot for red and manages to make it into the logo. But those auto robots in blue putting up an impressive 26 points. And Red Alliance trying to close the gap, trying to answer the Blue Alliance's points. It is 33-21 in favor of the blue. Blue Alliance trying to demolish that high goal. Red Alliance did have all 3 robots. I just couldn't see that little bot. And Snake, once again, your team has to be in the top 4 to be an alliance captain. So you wouldn't want to just be in the top 8. You want to be in the top 4. Also, be careful what you say in chat because other teams are watching. So your team could very well still be in the top 8 and not get selected because of what you say in chat. But we have 10 seconds left. Is anyone going to get any air? Does anyone want any hang time? Who's going to take off? And that will be time with a current unofficial score of 51-23. The Blue Alliance seems to be favored. And the score is flying in, and that banner flies blue. It's coming to you with a score of 66-23. The Blue Alliance takes that win, and with that win, it pushed the entire team up into the second, third, and fourth place positions, respectively. This was a 3 rank point match because the Blue Alliance managed to get the cargo bonus with a point breakdown of a 6-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 45-point cargo to a 15-point cargo, and a 15-point hanger to a 0-point hanger. The Blue Alliance unfortunately suffered a 4-point penalty. This match dropped AIM Robotics from 3rd place down into 6th place. Or no, from 2nd place down to 6th place. But once again, with almost 20 matches left to go, there's tons of time for any team to come back. Coming up next, it's qualification 17 out of 35. In the red, we have 2998 Viking bots, alongside 4456 Mech Cadets and 6504 FCHS Jaguars. They will be facing off against 1389 The Body Electric and 623 Cougar Robotics. They will be followed up with 1599 Circuitry. It's time to see if Cougar Robotics can reclaim that earlier position that they lost. They were in the top 4. They're now sitting just outside at number 5. That's why I'm here. Wow. The field is being locked. Teams are getting ready to go. We are waiting to be cleared for takeoff. Teams are approaching the tarmac. And we're off. And with a wonderful autonomous period, the score sits at 6-4 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Let's see if they hold on to this lead or if the Red Alliance comes back for vengeance. Oh, of course. We have we have three teams getting their climb early. We have 623 climbing, we have 1599 climbing, and we have 4456 climbing. And you know, we're still 15 seconds away from my favorite time of the game. And teams, do you know what time it is? It's hang time. And with a current score of 6-17 in favor of the Red Alliance, it may all come down to these few hanging moments. Did these robots clear the ground? And flying in with that banner, the banner flew blue with a very close score of 36-32. That hanging taking the win with a point breakdown of a 6-point taxi to a 2-point taxi, a 0-point cargo to a 7-point cargo, and a 30-point hang to a 15-point hang. The blue team did receive 8 points worth of penalties. However, the Body Electric slides up into third place, and Cougar Robotics clawed their way back to third. And as we get ready for this match, I can't wait to see who comes up next. I know we have a bunch of teams just waiting to get at it. And a big thank you to all of our field techs and field resetters for being oh so diligent with this field. While we have this time, once again, as always, seniors, are you looking to still be involved with FIRST after you graduate and move on? Well, look no further. Once you are a FIRST alumni, you can always become a FIRST alumni ambassador. If you are within your first 10 years of graduating high school or leaving whatever FIRST program you were a part of, come join the Alumni Ambassador Program. It is a wonderful way to give back to FIRST and give back to a team of your choice. As a FIRST Alumni Ambassador, you will have the option of giving $1,000 to a team of your choice. In addition, the FIRST Alumni Ambassador Program is a great way to remain as a volunteer and be a very bright focal point for other teams. Not only do you get to see some of the same teams that you grew up with and grew up alongside, you then get to walk around with the wonderful alumni gear, alumni patches, and recruit others to become just like you. Also, for anyone that's watching, we know that you all see all the robots on the field and everyone thinks about the mechanical divisions and electrical divisions and all the programmers that did all the software for the autonomous parts. But let's remember all the other people that work on these robots. Some teams have financial divisions. Some teams have design divisions. Some teams have outreach divisions. There are all sorts of different ways to be involved with FIRST and be involved with your FIRST team that don't directly involve you putting your hand on a robot at all times. I have plenty of friends that worked with me on the design of my robots or the different outreach programs that we were going to do. And they are now FIRST alumni and help within the FIRST alumni network. There are all sorts of different ways that you can interact with the FIRST community, and putting your hands on the robot doesn't have to be the main way. But as always, teams, please make sure that we are following all facility rules and procedures at all times. We want to maintain a safe and wonderful environment for each and every one of us that are in attendance today. we also want to make sure that we can continue to host events like this. So please make sure that you all are wearing all appropriate safety precautions and following all rules and procedures. As we are getting closer to 1 o'clock, once again, Virginia will be beginning to get online very shortly. So once again, all Virginia teams, please make sure that you all are prepped and ready. You all will be beginning matches shortly. Once again, all Virginia teams, please make sure that your robots are prepped and ready. You all will be resuming matches shortly. If you are first up coming out of our lunch break, please make sure that you all have your robot ready to go. Make sure that it is on your go-kart and ready to go onto the field. Coming up next, in DC, we have 1727 Rex, 2186 Dogs of Steel, and 1123 AIM Robotics in blue. And in red, we have 8197 Air Tigers, 2199 Robo Lions, and 2534 Lumberjack Robotics. And we are cleared for takeoff. Look at this autonomous period. Both teams firing away. Both teams tied at 8 each. Blue Alliance trying to get some on the board. 2 go up and 2 bounce out. Red Alliance puts one up and it comes down. Red Alliance puts a second one up and it comes down. And with a score of 18-17 with 1 minute left to go, the Blue Alliance is going to try to see if they can hold on to the lead from the Red Alliance now. Red Alliance trying to answer some of the points from the Blue Alliance. $21.99 attempting to climb. And since we're in the last 30 seconds, you know what time it is. It's hang time. Let's get it up. And with that, we have time. Currently sitting at 24-17. The Blue Alliance is currently seated ahead. We will see the point breakdown from our referees in a second. And the Red Alliance takes the win with a score of 28-32. That hanger pushing them just over the edge. With a point breakdown of a 6-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 18-point cargo to a 13-point cargo, and a 4-point hanger to a 15-point hanger. This was a all-over clean match. Looking at the point breakdown, Robo Lions hold firm on their first place position. The Lumberjacks come up to 4th. And Rex unfortunately slides down to 7th, with AIM Robotics just behind them in 8th. And over in Virginia, we're getting ready to bring it back to you with qualification 16. In the red, we have 3361 Governators, 5954 Portable Chargers, and 346 Robohawks. In the blue, we have 6194 the Aftershocks. We have 1522 Defenders of the Multiverse, and 6882 Fahrenheit Robotics. And yeah, just because your shift ends doesn't mean that your work is over. I mean, it just means stop working. That doesn't mean stop having fun. You're supposed to be here for fun. Now you get to sit back and mess with the chat. Just don't mess with my moderators. They bite. And coming up next, in DC, in the red, we have 1885 iLight Robotics, 1719 The Umbrella Corporation, and 5549 Griffin Robotics. In the blue, we have 8590 Cavbotics. We have 1111 Powerhawk Robotics, and 8230 Koi Bots. And over in Richmond, we're taking off. Both human players trying to make it in that goal. And with a current score of 6-all, let's see where it goes. Blue Alliance trying to pull away with a score of 12-8. And in DC, they're starting as well. DC's autonomous period. Red Alliance flooding it. Blue Alliance trying to respond with a score of 14-10 in favor of the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance will try to hold on to that lead in DC. Cargo is flying left and right in DC. And over in Richmond, it's hang time with the Red Alliance leading with a score of 17-11. Let's see if they can hold out. And the current unofficial score in Richmond will sit at 11-18 in favor of the Red Alliance. Jumping right back over to DC, they're heating up. They're trying to keep this match as close as possible. Blue Alliance at 30, Red Alliance at 26, with a little bit less than 45 seconds left on the clock. And it's hang time. Let's see who can climb. How high can you go? And that final unofficial score will sit at 44-32 in favor of Blue. Running right back over to Virginia, their final score was 23-24 in favor of the Red Alliance. That point breakdown being a 4-point taxi across the board, a 7-point cargo to a 6-point cargo, a 12-point hanger to a 6-point hanger, and another match decided by penalties. 8 points worth of penalties given towards the Blue Alliance. Over in DC, the final score will be 50-53 in favor of the Red Alliance. Once again, this point breakdown will be a 6-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 38-point cargo to a 24-point cargo, and a 6-point hanger to a 21-point hanger. The Blue Alliance unfortunately receiving 4 points worth of penalties. Once again, both of these matches lost due to penalties. Back in Richmond, for qualification number 17, we have the lineup. Coming in red is 59-54 Portable Chargers, 15-22 Defenders of the Multiverse, and 6194, the Aftershocks. And in blue, we have 7429, Convergence, 619, Cavalier Robotics, and 6882, Fahrenheit Robotics. And coming up next, in qualification 20, in DC, we have 2534, Lumberjack Robotics. And alongside them will be 7886, Cadet Robotics. Followed by them kids with the bright blue pants, 1389, the Body Electric. On the other side, in blue, we have 1727, Rex. Alongside 6504, FCHS Jaguars. Rounding out the pack, we have 623, Cougar Robotics. And as we await these teams to come back, I know we just had a lunch break, but still, once again, let's have another wonderful stretch. So we're going to take it up and stretch it on up. Relax those legs, stretch them legs, lift those calves. We're going to take it to the left and stretch it out to the left and relax on to the left. We're going to take it to the right, relax on to the right, enjoy yourselves to the right, and make it all nice and tight. And we're going to take it on back, stretch it all feel. I hope everybody stays stretched, stays loose, stays refreshed. Once again. And in DC, teams are off. Robots are shooting. Humans are shooting. It's an all-out brawl for that center hub. With a current score of 6-4, the blue team says they want some more. Both teams trying to keep this match very close, 15-14 in favor of the Blue Alliance. These teams are trading blows back and forth. With a little bit less than a minute left to go, let's see who preps for the lift. 623 seems to be setting up for their characteristic early lift. And with these last 30 seconds, it's time for takeoff. I know, I messed with you all. You didn't get hanged down this time. We're moving on up. They climbing on up. And with that, our final score in DC flies blue. Coming to you, it's 25-20. We have a point breakdown of a 6-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 13-point cargo to a 2-point cargo, and a 6-point hanger across the board. Blue team unfortunately receiving 8 points worth of penalties. This changes the rankings. Rex jumps back up to 5th. The Cougars jump back up to 2nd. Lumberjacks chop their way down to 6th. And the Body Electric slides their way down to 7th. Coming up next in DC, qualification match 21 out of 35. We have 1719, the Umbrella Corporation. Going up alongside 1599, Circuitry. And finally rounding out the pack, we have 11, Powerhawk Robotics. Following it out for the blue side, we have 1123, AIM Robotics. They will be partnered alongside 8197 Air Tigers. And their final teammate will be 4456, the Mech Cadets. And going at it now is Richmond. And with a score of 19-9 in favor of the Blue Alliance, the Blue Alliance is looking to take this lead and run with it. And at 27-9, it's almost that time. What time is it, folks? It's hang time. And that will be time in Richmond with a current unofficial score of 32-9 in favor of the Blue Alliance. And that final score will be flying the blue banner at 38-9. We had a 6-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 22-point driver control to a 5-point driver control, a 0-point hanger to a 6-point hanger, and a unfortunate 4-point penalty towards the Red Alliance. We're about to start in DC. These bots are ready for takeoff. And they're off. Coming out of that autonomous, we have a score of 18-6 in favor of the Red Alliance. And with a little bit more than a minute left to go, Red Alliance trying to extend that lead as far as they can. It's currently 35-12. And as we get ready for these last 30 seconds, you know what time it is. It's hang time. With a current unofficial score of 42-16. Let's see what these two teams do with these last 30 seconds. And the final score will be currently listed as 18-46. We will wait on the referee's final deliberations. Looking back at Virginia, Our preview for Virginia is Team 346 RoboHawks, 3359 Royal Robotics, and 3361 Governators. In red, going up against the Blue Alliance of 2028 Phantom Robotics, 122 NASA Knights, and 1086 Blue Cheese. Heading back over to DC to look at their final score, however, we have a final score of 28-58. That point breakdown being a 4-point taxi to a 6-point taxi, a 10-point cargo to a 40-point cargo, and a 10-point hanger to a 12-point hanger. And we're off in Richmond. And teams are off with a currently tied score at 4 each. Let's see who wants to win it bad enough. Blue Alliance trying to pull this away. Red Alliance trying to bring it right back. It is currently sitting at 8 all. With a little bit more than a minute to go, Blue Alliance trying to keep on to that lead. Red Alliance trying to close that lead. And with a score of 12-11 in favor of Red, Blue Alliance trying to bring it back. Red Alliance trying to hold them out. And with that sound, you know what time it is. It's hang time. And that will be time, currently sitting at 16-22 in favor of the Red Alliance. Looking back at DC quickly so we can see their last score from their last match, that match will be scored at 8-37 in favor of the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance also managing to get a hanger bonus, so they will get 3 rank points for that win. The point breakdown being a 2-point taxi to a 6-point taxi, a 6-point cargo to a 15-point cargo, and a 16-point hanger to a 0-point hanger. Over in Richmond, the final score over there was a tie. Once again, we had a tie in Richmond. We had a 4-point taxi to a 6-point taxi, a 12-point cargo across the board, and a 12-point hanger to a 6-point hanger. But Blue Alliance received 4 points worth of penalties, pushing the Red Alliance right back up into the mix for the tie. Going to DC for their preview. Coming up next, for qualification match 23, we have 1885 Allied Robotics alongside 7886 Cadet Robotics and 1111 Powerhawks Robotics. They will be facing off against, in the blue, 1389 the Body Electric, 1719 the Umbrella Corporation, and 4456 Mech Cadets. Over in Virginia, their preview goes as follow. In the red, 3939 Body Tot 4H Robotics, 6194 the Aftershocks, and 3274 Rocktown Robotics. In the blue, they have 7429 Convergence, 1086 Blue Cheese, and 1522 Defenders of the Multiverse. And DC is starting. Human players throwing and almost making it on the Red Alliance, but making it in the lower hub in the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance trying to take off and leave Blue behind with a score of 32-10. And with a little bit less than a minute left to go, these teams are ripping and running across the field. And as these last 30 seconds begin to count down, it's hang time. And with a current unofficial score of 48-10 in favor of the Red Alliance, let's see how these points get scored out. And stepping into the box is my fellow commentator and one of the other voices behind the scenes, Gabe. How you doing, Gabe?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I think since you've been behind the stage for long enough, you can come up in front and come say hi to the people a little bit like you did yesterday.
What's up, guys?
So, first DC, let's say what's up. And first Richmond, let's say oh yeah. Alright everybody, y'all be nice and friendly with Gabe. He's been nice and friendly with y'all in the chat all day.
Alright, break time for you.
Yeah, just real quick.
Hey, get out of here. My chat now. What's up, guys? How y'all doing? Alright. Looks like over on the DC side, we've got the score coming in. On the red side, it's a win. 58 points to 22 points on the blue side. Red Alliance got 2 points on the taxi, 42 for the cargo, 10 points on the hangar, and 4 points from blue penalties. On the blue side, we got a 4-point taxi, 6-point cargo, 12 points on the hangar. Red Alliance gets the 2 ranking points from that win. Currently, 1885 is still at rank 4 with 1111 at rank 2. 7886 goes up to rank 13 from that win. But unfortunately, all of the blue teams drop in rank from that loss. Over on the Richmond side, we're getting ready for qualification match 20. Volunteers are just checking up on the field, make sure everything's good to go. Let's head back to DC for a quick second. Introduce qualification match 24. On the Red Alliance, we've got Team 5549, Griffin Robotics. 623 Cougar Robotics, 2199 Robo Lions, and on the Blue Alliance, we got 1599 Circuitry, 8197 Air Tigers, and 1727 Rex. Heading back to the Richmond side, just getting ready. Last little preparations. Gotta make sure the field is nice and ready to go. Stroke the leaderboard. If you want to see the leaderboard for the whole weekend, you can see that on Blue Alliance. Here, let me post that in the chat in just a second. There you go. There's the Blue Alliance links for you. How are we doing? How are y'all doing? Y'all doing good? See some support for circuitry. Very nice, very nice. Alright, looks like on the Richmond side we got some gates getting closed. So we should be starting shortly. And for the thumbs up from the referees. For the first time in their history, Griffins are climbing? That's awesome. Love to see it. Alright, it looks like Richmond's getting started. We're in that 15-second autonomous period. Blue is trying to shoot high during auto, but all of the cargo just bounces right out of that high hub. Red got some in the lower hub though during that auto, currently at 6-6 coming out of that auto. 2 minutes left in the teleoperated period. Blue's starting to get some points in that high hub, but Red says, nope, I'm going to put some up there too. Blue says, no, you're not. I'm going to put them up there too. It's a fight for that high hub. Team's currently running around, doing some defense on the blue side. Trying to make sure that 3274 can't get that red cargo. Now that's an interesting sight. We have got some climbing already happening with another minute and a half remaining. That could be a strategy on the blue side. Remember that this is a qualification match, so they might be prioritizing climbing and getting some of that practice for climbing so that they can play well during the playoff rounds. We're getting some red penalties. You can see our head ref waving his hand. On the DC side, looks like DC is getting started. Got some auto going there. Couple of cargo going in that high hub for auto. Back to Virginia. Finishing up the match. 40 seconds left in the match. Robots scurrying around trying to get as many cargo in that hub as they can before they go climb. I just got word from DC that a human player did score during that auto in that high goal. Looks like the Red Alliance might have hired somebody from their basketball team. Finishing up on the Richmond match. It's hang time. And they're done. Let's head back to DC, watch the rest of that match. Currently we got 32 points in blue, 18 red. Blue Alliance currently with 10, all 10 cargo in that high hub. Looks like 1717's trying to put up another one, and they get it. Got some hanging action happening on the blue side. But 1717 accidentally picks up 3 cargos in their robot. They're only allowed 2 at a time. They also picked up a red cargo. Hopefully they don't shoot that. $18 seconds left in the match. On DC, it's hang time. I also just want to apologize. I called him 1717. I meant to say 1727. That is my fault. Let's go ahead back over to the Richmond side. Let's see their score. So there you have it. The score for qualification match 20. Blue Alliance wins it 42-29. Blue Alliance gets 6 points on the taxi, 20 points on cargo, 12 on hangar, and 4 points from a red penalty. Red gets a 2 point on the taxi, 12 points on the cargo, 12 on the hangar. Now let's take it over to DC for their score. Blue Alliance wins 57-56. What a tight match. Blue Alliance taxi, you get 6 points on the taxi, 32 on the cargo, 15 on the hangar, and 4 points from the red in terms of penalties. Red side, they got 4 points on the taxi, 14 on the cargo, 34 from the hangar, and also 4 points from the penalty. So both alliances got 4 points on penalties there. Let's head back over to Richmond, introduce our teams. On the Red Alliance, we have 346 Robohawks, 619 Cavalier Robotics, and 5954 the Portable Chargers. On the Blue Alliance, we have 3359 Royal Robotics, 3802 Mean Caymans, and 122 NASA Knights. Now we're taking a quick look over at DC. You can see all the wonderful volunteers helping out those teams. Teams getting ready for their next match. Everybody doing a wonderful job. Let's give it up for the volunteers. Can we get some hype for the volunteers in the chat? They're doing an amazing job this weekend, working their butts off. Let's get ready for qualification match 25 over on the DC side. For the Red Alliance, we have Team 2534 Lumberjack Robotics, 1885 iLight Robotics, and 6504 FCHS Jaguars. On the blue side, we have Team 8230 Koibots, 1123 AIM Robotics, and rounding out the Blue Alliance, 2998 Viking Bots. Over back on the Richmond side, just waiting for everybody to get ready. Looks like the teams are ready. They're starting to bring up the gates on the field. Volunteers making sure everything's good to go. I see the hype in the chat for the volunteers. Love to see it, guys. And remember, if you guys want to volunteer, you can. Just go onto the First Chesapeake website. You can volunteer to help out during one of these events. Trust me, it is a really fun time volunteering. Meet a lot of great people and have a lot of fun times. Oh, come on, rhymes with orange. Volunteers are cool, but you're cool too. I mean, that's a good point. You could become a volunteer. You don't have to be a volunteer to be cool, though. I'm seeing some thumbs up in Richmond. Looks like we might get started shortly. Nah, not quite. Over on the DC side, we're getting started with this match. Looks like we're running neck and neck on the DC and the Richmond side. Watching this DC match, auto is going good. They come out of auto 6 points to 6 on either alliance. On the Richmond side, we came out of auto with 12 points on the Blue Alliance. There's 6 on the Red Alliance. Teams from both Richmond and DC are putting up cargo into the hubs. A little bit of defense coming on from the Blue Alliance in Richmond. Over on the DC side, looks like we've got 1885. iLight Robotics shooting up some really high cargo to get in that high hub. Look at how high that goes. They're going to touch the ceiling if they shoot any higher. Lots of red cargo going to that high hub. Let's head back to Richmond real quick. Blue is doing a great job defending. Trying to make sure that 5954 can't get out. Got to be careful when you're doing defense, though. You don't want to rack up any penalties on accident. Blue putting up some cargo in that high hub. Heading back to DC, we can see Red Alliance doing some of their own defense. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance is still trying to get some cargo in that hub. With that whistle, it's hang time. Looks like we got Red Alliance on the DC side. They're hanging. And on the Richmond side, Red Alliance is also hanging. Got some spin action from the Blue Alliance. I think their robot might be stuck. Trying to free up their grabber. But that is the end of the matches. Running neck and neck in there.
And what a wonderful showing that was. The unofficial scores in both of those in DC, 21-35 in favor of the Red Alliance and 30-14 in favor of the Blue Alliance in Richmond. These were wonderful matches.
Looks like we got the score in DC first.
I still love the animation of it flying by. But look at that, we have 3 rank points coming in DC for a cargo bonus. The Red Alliance will take that victory at 21-50 with a point breakdown of a 4-point taxi to a 2-point taxi, a 13-point cargo to a 33-point cargo, and a 0-point hanger to a 15-point hanger. Red team unfortunately suffering 4 points worth of penalties. Over in the Virginia side, we had a 2-point game. That game was given down at 42-26. There was a 4-point taxi to a 2-point taxi, a 26-point cargo to a 4-point cargo, and a 12-point hanger across the board. The Blue Alliance suffering an 8-point penalty.
And now that you're back, I'm gonna head back into the booth. Make sure that we keep the show running.
Go ahead, head back into the darkness.
Your show now. I hand the key to the show to you. I hand you the chat.
Creep back into y'all's dark little cave. We know, the little production caves.
Chat, make sure you take care of Niall here.
Do they take care of me or do I take care of them? We'll find out. And coming up next, in DC, for qualification match 26, we have 2186 Dogs of Steel, 5549 Griffin Robotics, and 1111 Powerhawks Robotics in the red corner. And in the blue corner, we have 8197 Air Tigers, 8590 Cav Botics, and 1389 The Body Electric. Over in Virginia, we have 122 NASA Knights, 384 Sparky, and 5954 Portable Chargers. Over in blue, we have 6882 Fahrenheit Robotics, 2028 Phantom Robotics, and 3274 Rocktown Robotics. Now, Chad, I know that there's a lot of you still in here. So, teams, where you at? Where are my teams? Where are my teams? Who's in chat? Where you at? What's going on, everybody? I see 1086 popping up in the chat. I see 2028 popping up in the chat. We know 5549 and the Powerhawks are here. Who else we got? We got the Phantoms spooking their way into the chat. We got 1111 all up in the chat. Okay, we got 5724 saying hi to 3939. And the game is on in DC, which is the place to be. Oh, human player almost made it into the high goal. And their autonomous period has concluded with a current score of 12-4 in favor of the Red Alliance. And with the score of 22-5, Red Alliance trying to drag out that lead as far as they can. Red Alliance had more than a gift for the head ref. That was a flashback of playing dodgeball. Now, I do actually really like this game piece, but chat, what was your favorite game piece and from which year? So from which year and what was your favorite game piece? I love so many different game pieces. It's very hard for me to choose. I've played way too many games. But teams, what was your favorite game piece and from what year? And you all know what time it is. It's hang time. I know First Chesapeake loved the toads. I was gonna use Recycle Rush just as a point. And with that last buzzer, the current unofficial score sits at 36-5 in favor of the Red Alliance. See, I knew somebody was gonna say Recycle Rush, and I was pretty sure it was gonna be the backstage. I didn't know if y'all were gonna say the trash cans, the totes, or the noodles, because each of those got recycled in as soon as the next year hit. As soon as we didn't need trash cans anymore, every single trash can was used in every team's pit or put up for the flags. And the red banner waves true, giving the Red Alliance that win at 5 points to 48. Giving us a point breakdown of a 4-point taxi across the board, a 1-point cargo to a 28-point cargo, and a 0-point hanger to a 12-point hanger. Unfortunately, the Blue Alliance suffered 4 points worth of penalties. I mean, yeah, no. Those totes moved everything. Like I said, the trash cans have been used from everything for flags to actually on the side of the pits and all sorts of stuff. The pool noodles all got recycled. I know some of these pool noodles still get cut up and thrown into like the barriers and stuff like that. Like what? These pieces from Recycle Rush were some of the most reused pieces of any game. 2019 was your favorite game that you played in? I don't even remember what 2019 is. I have to go look at my wall to remember 2019. 2019 is... Ooh, I don't even have 2019 on my wall. 2019, what was 2019? I volunteered for 2019. I just didn't play in 2019. Ah, Deep Space. Yes, Deep Space. Yeah, see, I stopped playing in 2017. So all of the things that y'all talk about, I'm like, I was nowhere near a field. 2017 was my last year as a player. And coming up next, in DC, hailing from 1123, is AIM Robotics. Joining alongside them, we have 6504 FCHS Jaguars. And rounding out the pack for the red team, we have 1599 Circuitry. And in the blue, they know you, it's 1719, the Umbrella Corporation. We also have 1727, X. Finalized with 2998, Viking Bots. But we're over in Richmond where they wanted to start. And that autonomous giving a 6-2 lead to the Red Alliance. Oh no, 6-6. They changed the points as soon as it was over. Wonderful. So if anyone has a spare deep space pin, I'm missing that from my pin wall. That is one of the few pins that I'm missing from my pin wall from the years that I've been working. Even though now I need to get the rapid react pin as well. Actually, I'll get the. No, I didn't get rapid react yet. Yep, nope, gotta get the rapid react pin. My stronghold pin broke, but I still have it. And then Ultimate Ascent is the pin that I wasn't able to get when I first joined. Infinite recharge? I do believe they had pins for that. Yeah, I have an infinite recharge pin. And you know that sound. It's hang time. Let's watch these teams take off. They have 30 seconds left. Red Alliance holding on to their victory Red Alliance holding on to the lead ever so slightly. It's 14-10. And the scores are in. The banner flies red. Let's see that score. It's 16-26 in favor of the Red Alliance. With the point breakdown being a 4-point taxi across the board, a 6-point cargo across the board, and a 6-point hanger to a 12-point hanger. With the Blue Alliance unfortunately suffering 4 points worth of penalties. And okay, so students, mentors, coaches, whoever wants to join in the chat, we're going to have another fun chat thing since we're talking about all of our different pins and buttons and game pieces and everything else. I want to know what your first event was or what your team's first event was. So chat, comment down below what was your first event, and if you know it, what was your team's first event. But coming up next, in Virginia for qualification match 23, we have 1086 Blue Cheese alongside 3939 Body Tot 4H Robotics and 346 RoboHawks. In the blue, we have 3359 Royal Robotics, 7429 Convergence, and 384 Sparky. DC is starting. Their scores are up. DC coming out of Autonomous. The Red Alliance has a slight lead at 11-4. love seeing all these years. I'm seeing all these wonderful ones. I'm seeing 2019s, 2018s. Seeing teams that have been around since 2008, teams that have been around since 2015. These are wonderful. Like I said, I feel old sometimes, but I know that my production staff has me beat, and some of the other volunteers have me beat by a ton. Like I said, my last event was 2017. My first FRC event was 2013. My first FLL event was 2010? 2010 or 2011. But it's hang time, and what a nail biter we have here. It's 20 points even. And with that, the score is currently sitting tied, so it will come down to the hangers. And the score flies in, and the banner flies in red. And with a hanger bonus, the Red Alliance takes that win at 39-20. Our score breakdown being 4-point taxi to 6-point taxi, a 16-point cargo to a 14-point cargo, a 0-point hanger to a 19-point hanger, and a all-around clean match with 0 penalties. And coming up next, in DC, we have 2199 Robo Lions, partnered alongside 1885 iLight Robotics, and they will be followed out with 2186 Dogs of Steel. They will be going up against, in the blue, 623 Cougar Robotics, alongside 7886 Cadet Robotics, and rounded out with 8590 Cavbotics. And in Virginia, we're up and at it again. And with a little bit more than a minute to go, Blue Alliance has the lead at 25-10. And with that sound, y'all know what time it is. It's hang time! With a current score of 41-12, will the Blue Alliance hold on to their lead, or will the Red Alliance come back and sweep it from under their feet? And once again, chat, y'all know what time it is when I say what time it is, so y'all supposed to join with me when we say it's hang time. Come on. I know everybody wants to have fun. We gonna have fun today. We gonna get these fingers moving. We gonna get these heads rolling. When we have fun time, it's fun time. But the winner, the Blue Alliance, with a score of 53-27, put Sparky at number 1, and it will put Convergence up in number 2. This will drop down Blue Cheese down to number 3. This is qualification 23 out of 27. We have a point breakdown of a 4-point taxi to a 2-point taxi, a 29-point cargo to a 10-point cargo, and a 12-point hanger to a 15-point hanger. Unfortunately, the Red Alliance received 8 points worth of penalties. But I had to read through that really quickly, because DC is on. And with that bell, we are 6-2 in favor of Red. We have the number 1, the number 2, and the number 3 seed all competing in this match. And with a little bit more than a minute and 15 left, the Red Alliance is holding on strong with a 16-10 lead. Blue Alliance looking to upset that lead, however. And with that, it's hang time! With the Red Alliance currently holding on to the lead at 25-13. Let's see, can they take it all the way? And while we wait for that score to pop up, coming up next in Richmond, qualification match 24 out of 27. In the red, we have 6802 Mean Cayman, 6194 the Aftershocks, and 619 Cavalier Robotics. Coming along in blue, we have 2028 Phantom Robotics, 1522 Defenders of the Multiverse, and 3361 Governators. And Richmond starting out strong. We have cargo flying everywhere. With a little bit more than a minute and a half left to go, these six teams are battling it out 13-11 in favor of the Blue Alliance. And as time clocks down, remember teams, buckle up and prepare for takeoff. Because you know what time it is. It's hang time. And oh no! One of the red robots tipped over at the very last second, but 3361 got one piece of blue freight into the hub at the last second, tying the score at 17 all, so this may just come down to the hang. Also, I do believe I saw another piece of red freight stuck in the hub again. but that Richmond score coming up at 17-29 in favor of the Red Alliance. We had a 6-point taxi to a 2-point taxi, an 11-point cargo across the board, and a 12-point hanger. We also had an unfortunate 4-point blue penalty. Over in DC, our score was 13-66 in favor of the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance received a cargo bonus, a hanger bonus, giving them 3 rank points for that match, bumping up 1885 into the second place position, sitting right behind 2199. The point breakdown was a 2-point taxi across the board, an 11-point cargo to a 16-point cargo, and a 0-point hanger to a 40-point hanger. One of the highest hanger scores we've seen so far. The Blue Alliance suffered an unfortunate 8-point penalty. Staying in DC, the next lineup for the next match will be 82-30, the Koi Bots, 25-34, Lumberjack Robotics, and 17-19, the Umbrella Corporation. Going up against, in the red, 17-27, Rex, 44-56, Mech Cadets, and 55-49, Griffin Robotics. Coming up next for qualification match 25 out of 27 in Richmond. On deck for the red side, we have 1086 Blue Cheese, alongside 6194 the Aftershocks, and 3939 Body Tot 4H Robotics. They will be facing off against, in the blue, 122 NASA Knights, alongside 5954 Portable Chargers, and 2028 Phantom Robotics. DC off to a wonderful start. And with that, we're about a minute and 40 left. We have 10-8 as our score, favoring the Blue Alliance. Let's see if the Blue Alliance can hold out. The Blue Alliance still staying very close to the Red Alliance at 20-17. Red Alliance hoping to snag this from them in these last 30 seconds, because it's about that time. It's Hang time. I'm still surprised I didn't get pinged for that yesterday. I'm surprised some of y'all didn't just respond saying hang time, hang time, hang time in one of my chats. And as we come to the last few seconds here, we're getting ready to go over to Richmond. Richmond starting out their autonomous. Their autonomous has a few seconds left on the clock. It's currently sitting at 4 points blue, 8 points red. And with a little bit more than a minute to go, Red Alliance trying to pull away this victory from the Blue Alliance, sitting currently at 23-8. And as time winds down, the current unofficial score is 33-12 in favor of the Red Alliance. Over in DC, the final score that was there was 20-23 in favor of the Red Alliance. That point breakdown will be a 4-point taxi across the board, a 12-point cargo to a 9-point cargo, and a 0-point hanger to a 6-point hanger. Both sides receiving 4 points worth of penalties. And flying into Richmond, that Boeing jet has the score, and it says 18-45 will be the deciding factor for the Red Alliance. We had a 2-point taxi across the board, a 10-point cargo to a 23-point cargo, a 6-point hanger to a 12-point hanger, and an unfortunate 8-point worth of penalties for the Blue Alliance. This turnout will push Blue Cheese a slice above the rest up into second place. Over in DC, we're previewing for that match. That preview will start with Team 1111 Powerhawks Robotics alongside 1389 The Body Electric alongside 6504 FCHS Jaguars. They will be facing off against 2199 Robo Lions, 8197 Air Tigers, and 1885 Highlight Robotics. This will be another interesting match, as now once again we have the first, second, and third place teams facing off against each other. Robo Lions and Allied Robotics 1 and 2 on the same alliance, going up against Powerhawks Robotics in number 3 on the Red Alliance. This may be what the actual matchup starts to look like. Over in Virginia, we have their lineup coming out now. That will be 74-29 Convergence alongside 6802 Mean Caymans going up against going alongside 3359 Royal Robotics, and they will be going off against 346 Robo Hawks, 6882 Fahrenheit Robotics, and 384 Sparky. Once again, over in Richmond, we have the number 1, the number 3, and the number 4 seed all competing in this next match. This match may shake up people's alliance structures. And we're starting in DC. And coming out of Autonomous, a wonderful Autonomous with a score of 16-12 in favor of the Blue Alliance. And with a little less than a minute to go, the score is sitting at 35-20 in favor of the Blue Alliance. This is turning out to be a wonderful match. And as time counts down over in Richmond, time is just starting up. As time counts down in DC, time is just starting over in Richmond. Richmond sitting at 12-4 in favor of the Red Alliance. DC just closing out at 39-22 unofficially for the Blue Alliance. So we're jumping over to DC while we wait for. We're jumping over to Richmond while we wait for DC to have a score. And in Richmond, with a little bit more than a minute left to go, Red Alliance pulling away from the Blue Alliance with a score of 22-8. Oh, you've missed a ton. Everything crazy has happened. I'm here. That's crazy enough. What do you mean, why is that? Oh, why the matches get canceled? To save time and because there were a lot of redundant matches due to surrogates. So we canceled out a few of the redundant matches. So once again, in DC, we accidentally had 11 matches per team when it should have only been 10. So they canceled out those redundant matches to make it down to 10. And that took out a few of our matches. In Virginia, the current score sits at 10-30 in favor of the Red Alliance. The final score coming out of DC was 59-34 to give the Blue Alliance a win. The Blue Alliance also getting a hanger bonus, so they received 3 rank points for that event. We had a 6-point taxi to a 2-point taxi, a 29-point cargo to a 20-point cargo, a 20-point hanger to a 12-point hanger, and an unfortunate 4-point penalty for the Red Alliance. Over in DC, their preview as well. Coming up to the stage next, we have in red 2998 Viking Bots, 2534 Lumberjack Robotics, and 1123 AIM Robotics. Coming up in blue, we have 623 Cougar Robotics, 8590 Cavbotics, and 4456 Mech Cadets. And the score flying across the screen. In Richmond, the Red Alliance takes the win. The score was 31-36. This point breakdown will be a 4-point taxi across the board, a 2-point cargo to a 26-point cargo, and a 21-point hang to a 6-point hang. The Red Alliance unfortunately receiving 4 points worth of penalties. The Blue Alliance does receive a rank point for the hanger bonus. Sparky, unfortunately, slips down into the 4th place position, but taking their place, 74-29 Convergence convened on the 1st place position, and Mean Caymans takes on the 2nd place position. And competing now in DC, their auto period is going. And with an auto score of 4-2, the Red Alliance will try to hold on to that lead. And as the time counts down, you know what time it is. It's hang time. And with that current score sitting at 12-9, we will see what our referees have to say. But first, let's quickly jump over to Richmond, where they're getting ready to start their last and final qualification of the day. Coming up in red, we have 619 Cavalier Robotics, 3361 Governators, 2028 Phantom Robotics, and over in blue, we have 1522 DOTM, Defenders of the Multiverse, 3274, Rocktown Robotics, and 122, NASA Knights. Looking at this wonderful autonomous period that they had, we're already 12-10 going into this teleop period. Red Alliance narrowly holding on to the lead right now. Blue Alliance taking the lead back from the Red Alliance, making it 14-13. And remember, teams in Richmond, to make for a smooth transition, please make sure that everyone who is not competing at this time is prepped and ready for Alliance selection. Make sure to have at least one representative ready for Alliance selection. If you are competing and you still can spare a representative, have that representative ready for Alliance selection. Once again, Richmond, be prepared for Alliance selections. And once again, we will go over what Alliance selections are and how they will work as the field begins to talk to you all. Your field MC will begin to speak to you all about Alliance selection as we enter our final hang time. We have about 15 seconds left on the clock Both teams ripping and running. Both teams neck and neck. These teams are fighting for every square inch on that field. These rungs are going for it. And that will be time for the final time over in Richmond as far as qualifications go in Event 1, Day 2. The current unofficial score is sitting at 16-18 in favor of the Red Alliance. Going back to DC, their final score that did wrap up for qualification number 31 was 28-9 in favor of the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance received 3 rank points for that match because they got a hanger bonus. That score coming down to a 2-point taxi across the board, a 10-point cargo to a 7-point cargo, a 16-point hanger to a 0-point hanger, and a all-around clean match with no penalties. Reading off that final score, that final qualification score coming out of Richmond, we had a nice close battle of 28-24. The Blue Alliance narrowly taking that victory. We had a taxi score of 6 across the board. We had a cargo of 10-12, and we had a hanger of 12-6. So once again, teams, make sure that everyone is ready for Alliance selection at 3:15. Once again, all teams in Richmond, make sure that you are ready for Alliance selection to start at 3:15 p.m. Coming up next, in DC, for match 32, we have 78-86 Cadet Robotics, 21-86 Dogs of Steel, and 17-27 Rex. And over in blue, we have 1599 Circuitry alongside 8230 Coybots, and the number 2 seat, 1885 Light Robotics. Now, while we wait for the DC match to start, the Greater Richmond event does have the rankings up. Once again, the top 4 teams will begin. Once again, the top 4 teams will be the Alliance captains in each event. Also, another reminder to our teams, we do not have handshakes at this time. We have air high fives. So once again, making sure to keep a little bit of distance between you all. Have a nice air high five. Please do not handshake anyone during our Alliance selections. DC at it again for qualification, 32 out of 33. The Red Alliance firing a volley up towards that top tower. The Blue Alliance firing back in response. The score coming down 8-4 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance has a little bit of catching up to do, but I think they're up to the challenge. Blue Alliance trying to step away from the Red Alliance as much as possible, trying to expand that lead 19-9. And teams, I want to see some real energy for these last few matches. Once again, with a little bit more than a minute left to go on the clock, we are 26-11. Who's ready to buckle up and get ready for takeoff? I think it's time. Yep, it's hang time. Let's get these robots up in the air. And that score will come down to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance taking the win at 66-22. Once again, earning 3 rank points for a hangar bonus. The score will break down as a 4-point taxi across the board, a 32-point cargo to a 18-point cargo, and a 30-point hangar to a 0-point hangar. This was another clean match with 0 penalties across the board. Circuitry pushes up into 5th place position. And what's that? Allied Robotics, sitting in as a surrogate, stays firm in the 2nd place position. Once again, we have one more match left to go in DC. And once again, if you are in DC, as well as if you are in Richmond, please be prepared for Alliance selection. Once again, if you are in Richmond, your Alliance selection begins at 3:15. If you are in DC, please make sure to have a representative ready if you are not on the field next. Coming up next, in DC, we have 5549 Griffin Robotics, alongside 1719 the Umbrella Corporation, and 1123 AIM Robotics. And over in the blue, we have 6504 FCHS Jaguars, alongside 4456 Mech Cadets. And calling out the rest of the pack, we have 2199 the Robo Lions. And once again, to all teams, if you are not actively getting on the field, please make sure to have a representative ready for Alliance selection. Once again, make sure to have your representatives ready for Alliance selection. The top 4 teams will be the teams competing as Alliance captains. Once again, the top 4 teams will be the teams starting as Alliance captains. Yes, this is the final match in the DC region. Following this match, it will be eliminations. We will go into alliance selection and then eliminations.
Joining them, it's
We're just waiting on teams to take the field. What you might be seeing right now is the Virginia rank playlist going through. And that sound means we are starting the final qualification match in DC for the Event 1, Day 2. And with about a minute and 40 left to go, we are currently looking at 10 to 15 in favor of the Red Alliance. Both sides putting up wonderful points. Both sides trying to make any last impression that they can to finalize their position on the board. Red Alliance trying to pull away from the Blue Alliance as we get into these last minute. They're pulling away at 20 to 16. Blue Alliance trying to close that gap. All right. Come on, chat. Say it with me now. What time is it? It's hang time. And with that, that will conclude the last qualification round in the Greater DC event, number 1, Day 2, with a current unofficial score of 22 to 16. Remember, once again, all teams be prepared for alliance selection. If you are in the Virginia region, if you're in the Richmond event, you all have about 2 more minutes until alliance selection begins. Once again, your alliance selection will begin at 3:15. If you're in DC, please make sure to have at least one representative ready. And flying across the screen, the final banner that waved was the red banner. This match will be scored as a red win, giving Team 1719 3 rank points, bumping them up to the 13th place position. This point breakdown will be a 4-point taxi to a 6-point taxi, a 12-point cargo to a 16-point cargo, and a 10-point hanger to a 16-point hanger. So once again, thank you to all the teams that have competed so far today. Thank you to all the teams that have showed up, helped, been around, stuck around. Thank you to everyone in the chat, and thank you to all mentors, sponsors, coaches, volunteers, and everyone else that helps make these events what they are. We are still here. We are still around. We're getting ready to do alliance selection so we can go into our eliminations. Remember, alliance selection will go as follows. The number 1 alliance can select any team that they wish and ask them to join them. Teams have the option to either graciously accept or respectfully decline. You may only decline once. When you decline, you are done. The only way that you can continue is say the number 1 team asked the number 2 team and the number 2 team declined. The number 2 team would still be an alliance captain, so the number 2 team is now allowed to pick whoever they want. We're about to hear it in better detail now.
All right, teams, welcome to Alliance Selection. Before we begin, we ask that you stay in your pits until you are called up. Then send 1 team representative up. Once again, please stay in the pits until you are called, in which case send 1 representative up. Thank you. We've had a great competition so far with plenty of exciting qualifying matches. And we'll soon move on to the playoff tournament, where 4 alliances will compete against each other to become the champion here in Greater Richmond. Teams have been scouting in preparation for this, and I'm sure all the student team representatives are prepared with their pick lists. Before we can start the playoff tournament, we will create the 4 3-team alliances. The representative from the highest ranked teams on an alliance will be that alliance's captain. After an alliance captain extends an invitation to join their alliance, we will need 1 representative from the invited team to come to the field and either accept or decline the invitation. There is only 1 rule during alliance selection. If a team declines an invitation to be selected by an alliance, they may not be selected by another alliance. The declining team does not, however, lose their right to select if they are an alliance captain. Example, if the ranked number 1 team picks the ranked number 2 and they decline, number 2 keeps their right to be alliance captain, and if rank number 1 extends an invite to rank number 2 and they accept, then we move all the other teams up to become new ranking captains. This is where we see the strategies play out as teams look to partner with other teams whose robots complement their own. Each alliance captain is looking to make the strongest possible alliance to play out the rest of the tournament. The 4 alliances will compete in the playoff tournament, which is a best 2 out of 3. We will now we are looking for the team number 4, team 384, Sparky. Please send 1 representative down to the field. Lions team number 4. So.
Hey, welcome. Stand right behind here. Thank you.
Okay. But now Now team seed number 3, team 1086 Blue Cheese. And the team seed number 2, 6802, the Mean Cayman. And finally, our number 1 seed. Congratulations to team number 7429, Convergence. Congrats. All right. Now our number 1 seed alliance will make their first pick. Which team would you like to invite to your alliance?
Team 7429 would like to invite Team 384 Sparky to join their alliance.
Would you prefer to join this team or form your own alliance?
Team Sparky 384 graciously accepts.
Now we will be extending, now team number 5 will become the number 4 alliance, and that is team 3274 Rocktown Robotics. Congratulations. Now back to team number 2. Who would you like to join your alliance?
Team 6802 would like to invite Team 1086 to join our alliance.
Team 1086, would you prefer to join or form your own alliance?
We graciously accept.
Calm down. Alright, back to number 6.
We now invite our seed number 6, 3939. And seed number 3, who would you like to join your alliance?
Team 3274 would like to invite Team 122 to join our alliance.
Team 122 graciously accepts your offer.
And team 3939, who would you like to join your alliance?
Team 3939 would like to invite Team 619 to join us.
Team 619 graciously accepts.
Team 3939 and 619 would like to invite 3359 to join our alliance.
Come around. Yep.
We gratefully accept.
There we go.
Team 3274, who would you like to join your final team for your alliance?
We would like to invite Team 346 to join our alliance.
Team 346 graciously accepts.
Team 6802, who would you like for your final team to be in your alliance?
Team 6802 would like to invite Team 2028 to join our alliance.
Team 2028 graciously accepts.
Okay, teams, before we get the last selection, 2 announcements. One, alliance captains, the folks that you have the armbands. I need you, the four individuals, I need you to stay right here with me so I can conduct the playoff of the alliance captains meeting. So stay here. Everybody else, if you're not part of one of these selected teams, I need you to come to the field and meet with Stacy. She's going to have you. Well, she has a fan club. She has a little a backup. If you want to be a backup team, you need to accept or decline whether you're going to be a backup team. I highly encourage you to discuss as a team whether you want to be a backup team or not, so that when you come to Stacy, you can make the proper initials so we know what our backup list is. So on to the selection.
And Team 7429, who would you like the final team to be joining your alliance?
Team 7429 would like to invite 6194 to join their alliance.
Team 6194 graciously accepts.
Well done. This looks like an exciting tournament. Let's have a round of applause for all the teams competing here.
We'll give them a moment to discuss with their new alliance member.
Team 5549 would like to invite 1719 to join our alliance.
1719! Would you like to accept this offer?
And now we're going to be looking solely at DC. Once again, the Richmond selections are over. We are fully watching the DC selections.
All right, we're moving back up to alliance number 3. Alliance number 3, who would you like to select to be your third robot?
Team 623 would like to invite 5546 to our alliance.
5546. I don't know if that's a team.
Sorry, 4456.
4456. Would you like to accept this offer?
Team 4456 graciously accepts.
All right, alliance number 3 is done. Now moving back up to alliance number 2. Alliance number 2, who would you like to select to join your alliance?
We would like to ask Team 1123 to join our alliance.
1123. Would you like to join this alliance?
1123 graciously accepts.
All right. We have 3 out of the 4 alliances filled out. There's 1 spot left in the tournament. After our number 1 seed makes their final selection, there's still a chance that the next 4 highest ranking unselected teams might compete. If a robot becomes non-functional during the tournament, each alliance has 1 opportunity to substitute in a robot from the alliances do not get to select which backup team comes into the alliance. The backup teams will come in by ranking order, starting with the highest ranked remaining team. We'll need the reps from the backup teams to confirm your participation in the playoffs with the referee standing by. But now, it's time to find out who alliance number 1 would like as a member of their alliance. Alliance number 1, who would you like to select? The tension is building. They're making their selection. Could be anyone.
2199 would like to select 2186.
2186! $21.86. Would you like to accept this offer?
2186 graciously accepts.
All right. Let's give us a round of applause for all four of our playoff alliances. This looks to be a really exciting tournament. All the teams gave it their all here this weekend. If you weren't selected for the playoffs, make sure to pick an alliance to cheer on. Now we need all alliance captains, so please stay here on the field to meet with the head ref to review playoff rules. Everyone else on the field besides alliance captains, please make your way off the field and discuss strategy in just a moment after that meeting with the head ref. All backup teams, please confirm your willingness to play in the playoffs if called upon with the referee and the team rep. All right, alliance captains, time to meet with the head ref.
And to conclude from all of our wonderful alliance selections and to give all of our alliances a short break and a short amount of time to prepare themselves and organize themselves, we're going to head in to once again showing off our wonderful sponsors who without we would not be able to host these events and would not be able to have these events. So once again, thank you sponsors for sponsoring our teams and sponsoring these events. These videos are for you.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light, who find big insights hiding in big data, who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands, whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University. The talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
and solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
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 One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked.
Perfect. We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canton's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CBI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canton products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
And we're back once again. How is everyone? Once again, a wonderful and big shout out to all of our sponsors. I love seeing all of you all, and I love having you all around us at all times. Once again, Twitch chat, hope everybody has been doing great. For those of you all who have bared with us for the past 7 hours, I applaud you. It is a wonderful task. It is such a hard thing to do, but it's still fun. Not to mention, with all these robots and all this excitement, who would want to miss it? Now, once again, coming up soon, we have events in both DC and Richmond. Both of these fields will be having tons of events playing. These will be our elimination rounds. In the elimination rounds, they go as follows. 1 plays 4, 2 plays 3. Winner of those 2 moves on to the full finals. When we do those events, it is very simple. It is best 2 out of 3. Me personally, I love overtime. I love seeing that final battle where it's winner takes all. You know, I love those tiebreakers. Some people like to see the clean sweep. Yesterday, we had all clean sweeps in both regions. So, once again, love to see it. Let's see what teams bring to the table. What I always want to see is 6 robots on the field and teams trying their hardest. If you all can promise me that, we will always have a wonderful day. But once again, while we're looking here at the Richmond event, you can see people dutifully resetting the field, making sure that the field is prepped and all together, making sure that all the lines are taped, everything is tucked properly. Over in the DC region, we also have the same thing going on. People prepping the fields, making sure fields are ready, teams are getting set. And once again, I love seeing all my teams. I love having all these people around. And as we look at Virginia, we can see all of these teams coming onto the field now. And with this, just look at these wonderful teams that we have getting ready to come up. So once again, the first round of teams that we will have approaching the field will be our 1st and 4th alliances. So that will be our number 1 seat at 74-29, Convergence alongside 384, Sparky, and 61-94, the Aftershocks, facing off against our 4th alliance captain, 39-39, Boditot, 4H Robotics, 619, Cavalier Robotics, and 3359, Royal Robotics. But once again, look at all these wonderful teams making their ways onto the field. I love seeing it every single time. It's wonderful to see. BC is finishing going through resetting their field and making sure that they get through all of the fake matches that we have to run so that we can get to the actual semifinals. Now, I remember how tense these moments used to be waiting on matches to start. These moments used to be crazy. It's all anticipation, a ton of like fear and craziness that went on. My team used to go through it by working out sometimes or by playing music. Because a lot of us were in ROTC, we would just like have people doing push-ups for no good reason. One of the other things that used to happen was like lifting chains and just curl ups with chains and stuff like that. Just general things to work out, burn energy, and take our minds completely off of what we were doing. I had some classmates that would do stuff like, what would they do? Oh, they would sit somewhere, close their eyes, and hold their breath. And they'd be like, I'm gonna hold my breath, I'm gonna work on my lung extensions while we wait. And I'm like, yeah, see, look at all the different things we do. Once again, just look at this field. It's just too amazing not to just stare at. I just love looking at it. Even when there's nothing going on, it's just a wonderful looking field. There's so much technology that goes into designing the field itself that I could talk about the field itself all day. For example, the rungs, how some of them are fixed and some of them spin. That's its own amazing feat that has to be dealt with. The way that the cargo return works, where it has the rotating pillars to make sure that stuff gets evenly distributed. The fact that they have the chains hanging on the inside as a way to deter cargo from flying back out from the lower hub. These are all just wonderful things. And once again, even just this year's game element, and we talked about game elements for a while earlier today. This year's game element being those basketball-sized tennis balls. These are just super cool. One, because where do you get something this size? Where do you find a tennis ball the size of a basketball? Well, while we're here, chat, once again, let's give a big shout out to all of our volunteers, all of our mentors, and all of our coaches. Let's just say thank you to all of them, because once again, they're the ones that really make all this happen. Once again, I'm just the voice from the great beyond. Y'all occasionally get to see me. I'm definitely not as big of a importance as I make myself sound at times. Once again, the people out there on the field, those are some of the hardest working people that I know out here. The people that are behind the scenes who don't always accept recognition. There are some great and hardworking people there as well. And once again, while I have the stage, while I have my little soapbox and my little podium, I want to talk about one of my favorite things again. Scholarships and opportunities within FIRST. First and foremost, please make sure, seniors, look for all your scholarships and all your opportunities. Make sure to sign up for everything. Whether it's an internship path that you want to take, whether it's a scholarship path that you want to take, make sure to look for those things. There's tons of opportunities. And speaking of opportunities, we have the opportunity at looking at who's coming up first in DC. Coming up first, our #1 alliance. They're coming in strong. This pride is coming in hard and fast. We have 2199, the Robo Lions, along with their alliance mates 1111, Powerhawks Robotics, and 2186, Dogs of Steel. They will be going up against, in the blue, the 4th Alliance, their captain 5549, Griffin Robotics, and their alliance mates 8230, Koibots, and 1719, the Umbrella Corporation. But yeah, once again, scholarships. They're wonderful things to have. Personally, I didn't pay $1 to go to college. Why? I had tons of scholarships and grants. My school itself is so old that it has an alumni federation, so I received scholarships from that. But there were also tons of FIRST scholarships I could have went for. For example, some of the scholarships that I went for the left-handed scholarship, got that scholarship. I went for an international student scholarship, got that scholarship. I went for a minority scholarship, got that scholarship. There were tons of different scholarships and opportunities that you could go for. I get the notifications for it all the time, so I'm always sending it out to people. I don't think I would get this scholarship, but I mean, hey, money is money if they let me apply. The Women in STEM scholarship is another wonderful scholarship that I know a few ladies that have received. And like I was saying earlier today, becoming an alumni ambassador is a very great way to give back to those teams that are also giving so much to you. Once again, as an alumni ambassador, you don't have to give back to specifically your team. You can give back to any FIRST team. So I generally give back to FRC teams, but there are some alumni ambassadors that are FTC, so they give back to FTC teams. There's tons of ways to give back, tons of ways to support, and tons of ways to help. As a FIRST alumni, you know the struggles and hardships about being on a team, whether you were on a huge team, whether you were on a small team, whether you were on a hyper-funded team or a underfunded team. You know the different struggles that different teams have. So being able to give back to a team that you find is worthy and deserving is a wonderful thing. So yeah, Teams, when you become alumni, sign up to be alumni ambassadors. Come take my place. I'd love to have more alumni ambassadors here. Once again, sign up for every sponsorship sign up for every scholarship that you can. Teams, go out for every sponsorship that you can. My team received a ton of money from sponsors because we went to anyone as a sponsor. We would order tons of pizza throughout the years. We went down the street to the local pizza shop, got us a sponsorship from them, got us some deals with them. We, in the mornings, if we were doing morning practices or if we left first thing in the morning to go to an event, there was a deli down the street we always used to go get sandwiches from. We got sponsored by them. They opened up an appliance store, a tool store down the street from about a mile from our school. We went down to them and said, hey, we need new tools. Can we get sponsored? You know, a little tick for tack. We spend money, we get discounts. They were more than welcome to give us discounts and sponsor us. That is a wonderful question. Support, how long can they work on a robot before they DQ? Don't they get their 1 5-minute timeout? It's called by the referee. And with that, the field is clear in Richmond. They are locking up. And you know, when they lock up the field, you know that means it's time for us to power up the field. So, teams, buckle in and prepare to take off. It's game time. And with that, the autonomous period kicks off with a score of 2-6 in favor of the Red Alliance. Red Alliance trying to hold on to their lead. Blue Alliance trying to close the gap. It is now 8-6 in favor of Red. Red Alliance trying to open up the gap again. Blue Alliance closing it right back down. It is 10-10. And in DC, they're kicking off the beginning of their match. And once again, a wonderful autonomous period for both sides. This autonomous period lighting up the scoreboard 22-12 in favor of the Red Alliance. Over in Richmond, I saw 3 shots in the high goal and all 3 stayed. That was 6 more points. They are overloading that cargo bay up top. And as we prepare for the final 30 seconds, you know what time it is. It's hang time. Time for these robots to fly. Let's see them climb up, and away. Red Alliance trying to hold on to their lead at 35 to 18. Over in DC, teams are doing the similar thing. They have a score of 34 to 16. We'll be right over with them as soon as Richmond ends. Are all three teams clear? I believe we have a triple hang. And with a current score of 37 to 18 in Richmond, we will return very shortly because over in DC, their score is 40 to 17 with still a minute left to play. DC putting up impressive scores, using every single second on that clock. DC with a little bit less than 40 seconds left to go. Red Alliance 46, Blue Alliance 19. They're getting prepped for takeoff. Teams, do you know what time it is? It's hang time. And with that, time will conclude in DC with an unofficial score of 52 to 21. But over in Richmond, we have our official score, and it's come in at 30 to 53. The Red Alliance takes that first match. That will have a point breakdown of a 2-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 8-point cargo to a 25-point cargo, and a 12-point hanger to a 16-point hanger. Both alliances receiving 8 points worth of penalties. Once again, this first match does not mean that the fourth alliance is out of the count just yet. They still have one more chance to defeat the first alliance. Coming up next in semifinal number 2, we have the second seat, 6802 Mean Caymans and their alliance partners 1086 Blue Cheese and 2028 Phantom Robotics facing off against the third alliance, captained by 3274 Rocktown Robotics, alongside 122 NASA Knights and 346 Robo Hawks. In DC, we are waiting for that score. We have a bunch of referees all over the field. Everyone trying to figure out what exactly the final score is, what exactly the final deliberations were. And to the chat, you say you miss your old team, but now you're on the best team that there is. You're on the volunteer team. And the final score in DC comes in at a score of 21 to 77. The Red Alliance takes another point. This point breakdown will be a 6-point taxi across the board, a 15-point cargo to a 34-point cargo, a 0-point hanger to a 25-point hanger, and a 0-point red penalty to a 12-point blue penalty. Team 1111 got a traverse due to G208. I unfortunately do not know what that means. If I get the translation in English and not in referee, I will speak it to you. But coming up next, we have for semifinal number 2, the second seeded alliance, Team 1885 Highlight Robotics, alongside Team 1599 Circuitry and 1123 AIM Robotics, going up to the third seeded Alliance of 623 Cougar Robotics, 1727 Rex, and 4456 Mech Cadets. And with Richmond's autonomous period out the way, we have a current score of 18-10 in this second match. Red Alliance trying to hold on to that lead. Blue Alliance trying to close that gap. Red Alliance trying to stretch that lead 21-11. As we come into this last minute, the score sits at 31-11 in favor of the Red Alliance. And you all know what time it is. It's hang time. Over in DC, they just started their auto period. And as DC's autonomous rate comes to a close, they had a score of 14-4, leading into their tele-op period in favor of the Red Alliance. With these last few seconds, the Red Alliance is currently sitting ahead at 38-12, but it all may come down to the hang. Jumping straight back over to DC, the Blue Alliance is firing at that top tower. The Red Alliance doing the same. These teams are battling it back and forth. It is 26-19 in favor of the Red Alliance. Red Alliance puts one up. Blue Alliance puts one up. Every single time they go tick for tack. Red Alliance puts up two. Blue Alliance does not answer. Red Alliance puts up one more unanswered. Two more unanswered. Red Alliance has four unanswered. Oh, Blue Alliance answers with one. Red Alliance slowly starting to stretch that gap. Points currently sitting at 45-27 in favor of the Red Alliance. We have a few more seconds. Chat, you know what I'm looking for. You know what I want to see. Do you know what time it is? It's hang time. And look at these red bots go. Two red bots up in the air. I think they're going all the way to the top. Two blue bots up in the air. Oh no, only one. I think that's 1727. Can't get up yet. Oh, and they did not get up. but 1123 cleared the ground, 1599 cleared the ground, and 1885 cleared the ground. And for our scores in Richmond, we had a final score of 22 to 44 to give the Red Alliance that first victory. That score will be jotted down as a 4-point taxi to a 6-point taxi, a 8-point cargo to a 28-point cargo, and a 10-point hanger to a 6-point hanger with an unfortunate 4-point blue penalty. Coming up next, in semifinal number 3, we have the First Alliance captained by Team Convergence and the Fourth Alliance captained by Team Body Trot 4H Robotics going back at it again. Once again, if the Alliance with Convergence wins this last match, it is over and Convergence moves on to the finals. If Body Trot wins this next match, they go on to the tiebreaker, that winner takes all match before going towards the semifinals. Over in DC, we got our final score. You won it, they gave you some more. 48 to 77, the Red Alliance takes that win with a 6-point taxi across the board, a 27-point cargo to a 42-point cargo, a 15-point hanger to a 29-point hanger, and a clean match with zero penalties across the board. And we're starting in Richmond. And coming out of that wonderful autonomous period, the Blue Alliance is in the lead with a score of 12 to 10. Can they hold out the Red Alliance and force the tiebreaker? Red Alliance attempting to stay on top as best as they can. Blue Alliance trying to knock Red Alliance right back down and force that tiebreaker. Red Alliance trying to take over the score again, pushing it 22 to 16 in their favor. Blue Alliance with more than a minute left to come back. Blue Alliance trying to respond as best as they can. Red Alliance putting one up every time the Blue Alliance does. Score is 18 to 28. As we count down, we're getting ready for my favorite time of the day. It's hang time. Last few seconds counting down. Who's gonna get airborne? Do we get hangers? And with a current score of 20-32 in favor of the Red Alliance, will we get a tiebreaker? Will we say goodbye to the Blue Alliance? Find out soon. And that plane flew proudly with that red banner. So unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to the Blue Alliance, but first, let's see this score. It was 32-48 in favor of the Red Alliance with a point breakdown of a 4-point taxi across the board, a 16-point cargo to a 24-point cargo, and a 12-point hanger to a 16-point hanger. The Blue Alliance receiving 4 points worth of penalties. So once again, unfortunately, we must say goodbye to Team 619 Cavalier Robotics from Charlottesville, Virginia. We must say goodbye to Team 3939 Body Tort 4H Robotics from Buchanan, Virginia. And we must say goodbye to Team 3359 Royal Robotics from Portsmouth, Virginia. And just getting word from the field, in DC, Alliance number 3 just extended their timeout. Oh no, Alliance number 1 called their timeout. So the timeout is extended. We have an additional 5-minute timeout in DC. Actually, no, that is a miscommunication. The timeout was called in Richmond, not in DC. My miscommunication. DC will be starting in less than a minute. Richmond has a 5-minute timeout. Huh? Coming up next, in DC will be the first seeded alliance with Team 2199, the Robo Lions, as captain, and they will be going up against the 4th seeded alliance with Team 5549, Griffin Robotics, as alliance captain. Once again, the 5-minute timeout was called in Richmond. So when DC ends, we will still have another few minutes before Richmond restarts for their 4th match. So we're waiting for the field to be cleared and for the green light to be thrown up. Which chat trying to start calling out the alliances again. And once again, same as in Virginia, here in DC, for this third match, if the first alliance, the Red Alliance, wins this, they move on to the finals. But if the fourth alliance wins this, they force the tiebreaker and they force the final match. I see green lights. I see thumbs up. It's time. Oh, the Red Alliance human player made the cross field shot into the center goal. The opening score sitting at 8 points for the Blue Alliance and 22 points for the Red Alliance. Looks like you know your referees. And with the score of 30-10, the Red Alliance is trying to widen that gap as far as they possibly can. And we're getting ready for my favorite time, so Twitch, say it with me. Do you know what time it is? It's hang time. Let's see all these teams take off. See, because y'all say it with so many letters in the middle, it makes me want to drag it out and see how long I could honestly say it. I might be able to say hang time for at least 10 seconds. Probably closer to 15. And with that, the current unofficial score is 14 points to the Blue Alliance and 42 points to the Red Alliance. But quickly looking over at the Richmond side of things, semifinal number 4 getting ready to take place. Alliance number 2 in red, captained by 6802, Mean Caymans. And Alliance number 3, captained by Team 3274, in blue, Rocktown Robotics. Once again, if the Mean Caimans and the Red Alliance can win this last match, they go on to the finals up against the first seeded alliance. But if Rocktown Robotics wins this match, they force the tiebreaker. Going back to DC, we have your scores with a score of 24-58. The Red Alliance will be moving on to the finals with a score breakdown of a 4-point taxi to a 6-point taxi, a 6-point cargo to a 32-point cargo, and a 10-point hanger to a 16-point hanger. Both alliances received 4 points worth of penalties. So unfortunately, I must say goodbye to 55-49, the Griffin Robotics. I must say goodbye to 82-30, Koi Bots, and I must say goodbye to 17-19, the Umbrella Corporation. I see thumbs up in Richmond. I see green lights in Richmond. It's time to take off. Both alliances attempted shooting into that high goal. And as the cargo settles, the score will say it was 8-20 in Red's favor. And as Blue tries to close the gap, Red tries to widen it, with the score jumping to 29-10. Blue trying to bring it back down, 31-12. And now, it's hang time! With our scores currently sitting at 38-14 in the Reds' favor, will Red extend this lead, or will Blue force the tiebreaker? And that's time. With the current score sitting at 14-43, we will return to Richmond shortly. Our DC preview for our final match will be the second seat of 1885, Highlight Robotics in red, going up against the blue captain of team number 3, Alliance number 3, 66-23, Cougar Robotics. Once again, If Allied Robotics' Alliance in red wins this next match, they go immediately to the finals. But if Cougar Robotics manages to win this match, they will force the tiebreaker. And coming out of the autonomous period, the Blue Alliance is ahead at 6-2. Red Alliance quickly trying to seal the deal and bring it back. Tying everything up at 6 even. Red Alliance trying to take back over the lead, pushing it 10-8. Blue Alliance fighting back, pushing the score 16-12. Red Alliance trying to respond with a minute left on the clock. They evened it out at 20-all. Blue Alliance firing back 24-22. We're getting close to the end time. So chat, what time is it? It's hang time. Red Alliance just barely above at 26-24. It could all come down to the hang. How high can they go? Who wants it more? As the seconds count down, who's gonna get higher? And with the current score tied at 26-26, it will all come down to the hang. But before we come back to that score, we're going to leave you all hanging and go to Richmond real quick. Over in Richmond, our final score flew in across the screen, and it flew in at 35-60. Red Alliance taking that win. So Red Alliance moves on to the final. We will have our second alliance going up against our first alliance. Our point breakdown was a 4-point taxi across the board, a 10-point cargo to a 31-point cargo, a 21-point hanger across the board, and a 0-point red penalty and a 4-point blue penalty in Richmond. Going back to the DC score, DC's final score for that semifinal match was 38-60. We had a 6-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 12-point cargo to a 22-point cargo, a 12-point hanger to a 34-point hanger, and an unfortunate 8-point red penalty. So, the Red Alliance will be moving on to the finals up against the First Alliance. So first and second will be going up against each other. We will say goodbye to this third alliance. So once again, goodbye Cougar Robotics, goodbye Mech Cadets, and goodbye Rex. We have a field timeout to allow us to reset and recheck the fields both in Virginia and in DC. So while we go through that reset, remember team, stand up, stretch out, enjoy yourselves, relax, and get prepared for this final matchup, because coming up next in DC, the First Alliance seat, 2199 Robo Lions will be facing off against the other Alliance captain, Alliance number 2, 1885 Allied Robotics. I can't wait to see all of our wonderful teams coming back at it. Once again, these matches have been wonderful. These have been nail biters. They have been down to the wire. And as we get ready to welcome Richmond back onto the field, once again, we will have the number 1 and number 2 seats going at it for the finals. It's supposed to be fun to watch. It's even more fun to play. You should go try to play one year. I used to love playing. And once again, our first alliance, headed off by their captain, 7429 Convergence, in red, alongside their alliance mates 384 Sparky and 6194 the Aftershocks, will be facing off against the second alliance with their captain 6802 in blue, Mean Caymans, alongside 1086 Blue Cheese and 2028 Phantom Robotics. I mean, personally, I miss being there in person, mostly because I was always near the field or on the field every year. If I wasn't playing, I was always a field technician, field reset, or I worked in the pits. So I was always right next to teams. I never had to worry about the bleachers or sitting very much. And as the field is cleared for the very last time, teams are being ushered out, gates will be locked, and robots will be activated. And they're off. Once again, this is the first alliance going up against the second alliance for the finals in First Chesapeake Richmond region. Coming out of that autonomous period, we are tied at 18 all. Now, Chad, I know you all are all the way down in Richmond and I'm all the way over here in DC. But I want to hear you all get just as loud as I get. I want to be able to hear you all the way over here in DC when I tell you all to make some noise. Because right now we have a very exciting match as we're 28-29 with Red just barely in the lead. These teams are battling it back and forth. Every point that goes up, another point comes back down. Red Alliance starting to pull away some, 37-28. Blue Alliance looking to answer some more points. It's a little bit less than a minute on the clock. Sitting at 41-34, Red Alliance has a slight lead right now. But you all know it's almost my favorite time of the night. All right, Richmond, let me hear you. What time is it? It's hang time. These teams still battling it out for the hub, while a few teams have started to climb. Time quickly counting down. That sounds a lot better out loud. That sounds a lot better with a comma. Sounds a lot better with a comma. That is not just something we just flat out yell. Yeah, that needed a comma somewhere. Sorry, Twitch chat. I might have to be grammar police today. That needed a comma. But we got our score flying in. The Red Alliance takes this first win with a score of 48-65. But we're flying back over to DC because they just started as well. And what a wonderful autonomous these two teams had, coming out of the gate with 14 points even. As we come down to a little bit less than a minute gone, we have Blue Alliance narrowly in the lead, 30-30. Actually, no, they tied it back up. Red Alliance tied it back up. Red Alliance trying to push back over the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance needs to respond. Blue Alliance responds. It's 32-32. Red Alliance starting to respond, but teams What time is it? It's hang time! Blue Alliance already climbing halfway up their rungs. Red Alliance starting to climb theirs as well. These teams are flying upwards as high as they can, as fast as they can. Little bit less than 10 seconds left. Let's see what these teams pull out. It's currently 32-39 in Red's favor. Can we get airborne? And that is time. Over in Richmond, that score once again, like I said, went to the Red Alliance with a score of 48-65. A point breakdown of a 6-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 28-point cargo to a 33-point cargo, a 6-point hanger to a 12-point hanger, and a 8-point red penalty and a 16-point blue penalty. I wonder what all those penalties came from. Going back to DC to see their score. Oh, this one was close. This one was a nail biter. This one was so close, it was almost too close to call. It was 47-49. The Red Alliance pulling it out with a 4-point taxi across the board, a 28-point cargo to a 31-point cargo, and a 15-point hanger to a 10-point hanger. The make or break difference was the 4-point blue penalty. So once again, if either one of the Blue Alliances wins this next one, they force a tiebreaker in their area. If not, if either one of the Red Alliances win, the Red Alliance the Red Alliance will take it for that event. Once again, they're really close. Y'all just gotta be loud enough for them to hear you. Oh, this is gonna be fun in the chat. Y'all are funny. But Richmond is just about to start. First off, I thought we were talking about wings. Why are we talking about salads? We are at a First Robotics event. It's supposed to be wings and pizza. This is about the comparison to Super Bowl. What in the salad? What? Because y'all got lost. Yeah, how did we get into dressings? Once again, let's go back to wings. Let's go back to sauces. Because if we're going to talk sauces, lemon pepper sauce has to be, a lemon pepper rub has to be the best one. By far. We talk about best chicken wings. It's lemon pepper, then it's hot wings, then it's like Old Bay wings, and it's the honey barbecue wings. Come on now. Nah, not no honey mustard. Honey barbecue all day. If we're talking about the honeys, it has to be honey barbecue. Babe, you'll take anything. But coming up next, once again, final number 2 between team number 1 with their alliance captain 7429 Convergence and team number 2 with their alliance captain in blue 6802 the Mean Caimans. And look at all of those cargo flying into the hub. That score coming out as 18-all in this second match. Blue Alliance trying to force that overtime and force that tiebreaker. Red Alliance answering every point. And that is time with a current score at 31-30. Once again, this one just might come down to the hang time. But we're getting ready to jump right into DC. Coming up in DC, once again, we have our second final as well. In the red, captained by 2199 Robo Lions. And in the blue, captained by 1885 Highlight Robotics. If blue manages to win this match, we go into overtime. We get our tiebreaker match. And if red wins it, red will be our DC Day 2 champion. Excuse me. DC Day 2 champion. Ooh, excuse me. And with this match having a little bit more than 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go, we are already seeing the Red Alliance trying to pull away from the blue with a score of 27-17. Blue Alliance trying to answer back as quickly as they can. Red Alliance trying to drag it away, taking it out 31-17 now, 31-19. And with a little bit less than 1 minute left to go, red trying to hold that lead at 43-27. You all know what time it is. It's game time. And with that, this match has concluded with a current unofficial score of 28-51 in favor of the Red Alliance. But I need a drum roll, please, cause over in Richmond, it's the moment I've been waiting for. We're going to overtime with a score of 43-42. Team Blue took out that win. So once again, we get overtime. We go down to our point breakdown of a 6-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 25-point cargo to a 26-point cargo, a 12-point hang across the board, and 0 penalties for a clean match. So who gets to take the victory? Will it be the Mean Caimans in blue? Or will it be the Convergence in red? Jumping back to DC real quick. DC's final score was 43-57, giving the Red Alliance that win. Red Alliance taking out that win. They give a clean sweep, and so unfortunately we have to say goodbye to the Blue Alliance, but not before I get to go read down the scores. We had a 6-point taxi across the board. We had a 22-point cargo to a 41-point cargo, and we had a 15-point hang to a 6-point hang. So, saying goodbye to Alliance number 2, 1885, Allied Robotics. We say goodbye. 1599, Circuitry. We say goodbye. And 1123, AIM Robotics. Unfortunately, we must say goodbye. Robo Lions, you have captained your team to victory. Congratulations to Alliance number 1 with 2199 Robo Lions, 1111 Powerhawks Robotics, and 2186 Dogs of Steel. Once again, all teams, please remember to stay here for the very short remarks at the end of your in-person ceremony, and then finally that will be followed by on Tuesday here at the First Chesapeake Twitch channel at 6 p.m. the full award ceremony. So once again, everybody, come back here Tuesday night, 6 o'clock. That's where we get these awards. But once again, don't leave just yet. We still have to finish out Richmond. I know you all are on the edge of your seats just as far as I am. We have one more battle to go. It's the tiebreaker. This one is for all the marbles. This one is the make it or break it. This one counts for it all. This is our championship match between Team 6802, captaining for blue, and Team 7429, captaining for red. I hope you all are just as excited as I am, because I can't wait for a tiebreaker. And as our wonderful horn sounds telling me that we have just 1 minute to go, I can't wait to see all my teams out on this field once again for this wonderful tiebreaker. And once again, the final 74-29 in red, Convergence. 384, Sparky. And 6194, Aftershocks. Going up against 6802, Mean Caymans. 1086, Blue Cheese. And 2028, Phantom Robotics. I want to see a hype train in the chat. I want to see everyone get loud. I want everyone off their seats. We're going to stand up. We're going to have fun this entire time. You see, I can't say that because that's technically copywritten, so I'm not even going to get close to it. We don't even get near those words. I ain't playing with nobody. I have no time to be sitting in court. Unless we're talking about the basketball court. That's a fun court to be in. Or a tennis court. Another fun court. If it's sports court, that's fun court. Y'all talk about court? Like gavel and judge? Oh no. Only judges I want to see are our FRC judges. And I be scared of them sometimes. All right, everyone. The field is getting locked. Teams are exiting. There are lights on the field. I see green. Like I said, everyone, we're standing up out of our seats. We're ready for this match. We have to be just as excited as the teams. If this was the old days, I'd tell you bang on the glass, but we can't do that now, so please do not bang on the glass. Stay safe, don't touch it. I see thumbs up on the field. I see green lights on the field. We're getting ready. Once again, this is the final match of the weekend. And let's take off. You can bang on your monitor at your own risk. I have 3 monitors that I refuse to bang on. But what is getting banged on is that score. Look at these points going up. We have a score going up 24-18 in favor of the Red Alliance. Red Alliance trying to extend that lead. Blue Alliance looking to answer and respond. All right, Richmond, I want to hear you all the way from the stage. I am all the way from the stands. I want to hear you all the way through your computers. I want to hear you all the way through Twitch when we do it this time. We have a little bit less than a minute left to go. Currently, our score is 40-25. Red has the advantage at this moment, but we know it all comes down to those final seconds. So Richmond and Twitch, what time is it? It's hang time. With a score of 29-42, with the red having the advantage. Let's see how this last few seconds play out. How high can we climb? How high will we go? And our current unofficial final score is 31 in blue and 42 to the red. We will wait for our judges to our referees to tell us our final score. Everyone, please stay with me. I'm on the edge of my seats. I can't wait. I want to see the scores. I wish I was there so I could know what the scores were ahead of time. And Twitch chat, what day and what time are you all going to come back here to see the award ceremony? Let's get this through right now. What day and what time are we coming to Twitch? That's right, Twitch. Tuesday at 6 p.m. You can go where you want or stay where you want. I won't be here when you stay here. When we done, I done. When I sign out, that's it. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but when I clock out, I'm done. I honestly don't know the rules about supporting. I believe it's fine and fair, but I don't fully remember. And also, they only have to be clear of the ground when the clock strikes 0. And the Boeing jet flying across the screen. It has announced Red wins with a score of 37-58. The Red Alliance takes this victory. So unfortunately, I must say goodbye to the mean Caymans of 6802. I must say goodbye to 1086's blue cheese, and I must say goodbye to 2028 and the Phantom Robotics. With a point breakdown of a 6-point taxi to a 4-point taxi, a 21-point cargo to a 30-point cargo, a 6-point hanger to a 16-point hanger, and unfortunately a 4-point red penalty and a 8-point red penalty. That penalty for the Blue Alliance was 2028, touching the inside of the frame for perimeter with damage, so they received that yellow card. As far as the Red Alliance goes, once again, congratulations, 74-29, Convergence. You all have led your team to victory. 384, Sparky. You joined them on the podium alongside 61-94, the Aftershocks. For everyone who was here, we appreciate you all. We care about you all. We can't wait to see you all on Tuesday. And once again, a big thank you to all of our sponsors. A big thank you to everyone who makes all of these productions possible. Volunteers, we love you. Mentors, we care about you. Parents, we couldn't be here without you. We will see you all next weekend. Stay safe. Take care now.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space, who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light, who find big insights hiding in big data, who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands, whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
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 One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canton's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canton products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.